Joe, I've got a quick question.
For it.
My armor class.
You delve deep into Copperdeep Mine in search of the missing dwarven miners. Utilizing a mine cart, your journey was swift, quickly coming upon a supposed survivor. You quickly established all was not what it seemed in the mine. The survivor was eating himself, and soon you were attacked by a number of possessed dwarfs that seemed intent on adding you to their feast. With some quick thinking, you managed to use the minecart to knock most of them off the small bridge into the water and carried on, finding a dwarven tomb deep within the mine. You explored, coming under attack again, this time by humanoid skeletons with dog-like skulls. After solving a simple puzzle, you made your way into the tomb of a high chieftain, finding a clearly evil artifact, a black sort of jug, inscribed with the words, Vessel of the Destroyer. A tough fight ensued with the guardian of this tomb, a monstrous minotaur skeleton. Barely surviving, you quickly returned to the surface. Instructing the dwarfs to collapse the entrance for safety, you slept the rest of the night. But as you slept, you were all visited by the same dream, or perhaps a vision. You all saw a sight of a horde of humanoids with hyena-like heads, commanded by a pale elf, all thundering over the sands. And this is where we'll start today, as you all sort of startle awake, as if from a nightmare. Beads of sweat, sort of like fast, heavy breathing, and as you all look around the room, you all notice that this black jug you brought back up from deep in the mine, the inscription glows slightly red.
Like a role play, we woke up.
Yeah, I woke up. I'm going to say to the other guys, so you all just dreamt the same dream as I have, and I'll just explain the dream.
That's
Yep,
really
same.
scary.
The most terrifying part for Captain Hammerhead was the lack of. There was no visiting a brothel. That's the most terrifying part. It was clearly not a good dream.
I feel like we should probably get moving soon.
That's not a bad idea. I think we should go.
Is it still nighttime if we've woken up from a dream, or is it actual morning now?
So as you sort of like push the door open, this little shack you're in doesn't have windows. It's like that really early light as the sun is not even risen, it's just thinking about it. You probably guess it maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, something along those lines.
Ah, the sun is rising and we can leave once more.
I'm immediately
The rest of the
can't
people in the camp awake. So as you scan around, a few dwarfs are present. They seem to be loading up like little sort of hand carts, little more than wheelbarrows, sort of all their worldly possessions. But the camp is fairly quiet.
I'm gonna head straight outside and just like start just looking out into the distance.
He wants one
Yeah,
of those
Rob's-
like cool guys looking at the sun rising moments.
Yeah, roll perception. You scan the horizon. It's very difficult to make out anything. It's still quite dark, but it seems clear. You notice a few dwarfs slightly further out from camp. They seem to be armed with like light crossbows, seem to be keeping watch. But it's fairly quiet.
I'm gonna make my way over to those other dwarves and just like stand with them and just keep a very keen visual.
Yeah, they give you like a grunt and sort of head nod as you come over, and one will just turn to you like, "It's been quiet all night. Nothing."
No, I was just gonna say, is it being quiet all night? Because the word dwarves on post, wasn't there?
Yeah, all night long, different dwarfs were keeping watch and said, "Nah, nothing really. A few foxes sniffing around late at night, but that's about it."
I'm going to ask the
Foxes.
dwarves what their plan is. Are they heading back to Bardi? Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
so eventually Bongrid, the leader of these dwarfs, will come up to your hut and see you all. He'll explain his plan. So we're planning on setting off half an hour tops as the sun rises. Best to try and make as much distance while it's cool. We plan on heading to Bardi, yes. We're going to follow the mountains, then dip down along the coast if you're thinking of doing the same. It's sometimes dangerous to cross the sands, though quicker.
okay. I'm going to turn to the other guys. Basically, are we going to just go with these guys to Bardi, and if we come across the obelisk, the temple, divert to that, or
Well, it's the question of do we go to the temple to see if it's going to be related to this jug, or do we play it safe and not go
See
to
the clerics
temple?
first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in case that.
Yeah, I think if we go with them, and if we pass it, then maybe we can make a decision then, but
Yeah.
I think it was quite far inland where we saw the obelisk,
yeah, I think it was.
if we're taking the coast.
Yeah, because previously you took like the most direct straight line, like straight through the desert. Quickest route, but largest potential to get lost. Well, Bongrid is sort of advising that if we follow the mountain line to the coast, you can't really get lost.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I'd rather not get lost.
Okay.
I'm just nodding my head.
I suppose we'll go, come with you guys to Bardi.
All right, sounds good.
Breakfast?
That's a good shout.
I mean, we got an hour until they're already packed up. Might as well have some breakfast.
I'm gonna, whilst we're having breakfast, I'm gonna assume we're having breakfast now. Whilst we're having breakfast, I'm gonna get out.
Get together, having breakfast, just sort of sorting your life out.
I'm gonna inspect my battle axe that I got from the tomb, the temple, the mine. I'm just gonna have it on my next to me, just having a look at the handle, the axe, all the markings on it.
So, some magic items in D&D you attune to. It's like you spend time studying them, and sort of the magic is revealed to you, and it sort of fastens to yourself in a magical way, and allowing you to use it.
Okay.
There are obviously like there's spells like that identify the object for you, but the disadvantage of obviously attuning to an item is you don't know if it's cursed, and it's too late by the time you've attuned to it if you don't identify it first. I'm not saying this is cursed. I'm just saying that's something to think about maybe later on in the day.
Okay.
But you can attune to it, yeah, it's no problem.
It's cursed.
Yeah. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna, like I said, just have it next to me and have a butcher's at it. Do I have to roll for anything, or?
No, if you're tuning to it, no. I will just link it to you once I find out what the hell it was again.
Okay.
What did I call it? I called it like a
golden axe.
giant slayer. That's it. Yes, I will send you over the stats for it.
Okay.
Tim sits there whilst having.
Can I go through the rest of the loot?
Yeah, of course you can look through the rest of the loot. From what?
Oh yeah,
my
we need
notes
to divvy
tell
up
me.
gold and stuff, and we need to get payment.
Yeah.
And I also need to kick
Yeah,
Fireball's ass for.
There's a few possibly magic items and some other
Yeah,
stuff.
did you write down what you had?
Yeah, it's all in the bag of holding.
Yeah,
I have it as
so
a non-check loot section.
You got
If
a
you can see
pair
that,
of
or
bagpipes. Well, a set of bagpipes. There was a small pouch of what appears to be like a dry powder, and some gloves. You can
Yep.
sort of roll Arcana if you want, as you're checking them out, just to see if they're magical in nature.
Yeah, sure. I'll just do one for all of them.
Go for it.
Wow.
Yeah, Pindic, you probably don't have much experience with magical items. They're definitely well made and of high quality. But if they're magical, you don't know.
Sweet. Yeah.
I will give it a butcher's for you, Pindic.
Go for it.
God, why are the panels so small? Hang on. Arcana.
So, Hammerhead, you're almost positive that what you've collected are magical items. Their exact nature you're unsure of. But they're powerful, you think?
Wonderful. Well, needless to say, Pindic should probably have the bagpipes. He can learn some cool Scottish tunes.
Yeah. Well, we can probably get someone that magical shop. She might be able to identify them better.
Oh yeah, that's a very good point.
What all the other stuff is. So
yeah,
could probably hold on
about
to them for now and then work it out.
Yeah. About an hour passes as you sort your lives out, have some breakfast, and Rignar, it just comes to you what this axe does, and you now know the information about it.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. That isn't automatically to it on my stat sheets, is it? I've added it to my features and traits just to keep an eye out for it.
Yeah. So if you drag in Battle Axe +1 from the compendium,
Okay.
and then we can sort out the extra stuff it does whenever it needs to.
Awesome. Okay.
Shall we divvy up our gold whilst we're feasting?
Yeah, we can at least work out how much we got anyway, and whether or not we want a party pot or everyone have a share.
A party pot.
Joe, do I get rid of the standard battle axe then?
No, you still have it. So
right.
until you sell it, keep hold of it, because you might lose one, or
Okay.
Whatever. Okay. After an hour, Bongrid would come back into your little hut, be like, "We're planning on setting off soon, but before we go," and he sort of like chucks a big old pouch of money into the middle of the floor. "Your payment for coming and helping us. I know we didn't really get the result we wanted, but that's a noble part of yours, so it's only fair that we pay you."
Oh, well, thank you, good sir. I'm sorry that we couldn't have found any survivors, and we wish it was another way, but
It's fine. It's not your fault. Not your fault. Yeah, we're moving in 5 minutes, so grab your stuff. Let's get the hell out of here.
Okie dokie.
Awesome.
Sweet.
As
How
you,
much did he give us?
you look for the pouch, you got 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh, nice.
That's a 250 each.
Yeah, divvy that up now. 250.
Yeah, we'll divvy that one.
I was trying to remember how many people we got in our party. I was like, how many? It's a 250 each. Oh my god, we're rich.
Rich enough.
Yep.
Well, we'll go back to that magical shop and should have put prices up about 20%. You'd be like, no!
Still have the advantage of at least, it's going to be at least a bit discounted.
We should have asked, how long does this 50% discount last for? Is it a one-time thing? Does it have an expiry date on?
Well, we can ask it when we get back.
Okay. You all exit the hut eventually and see like a small procession of dwarfs. There's only 7 left at this point, but they all have like little hand carts, lots of like baggage. You can instantly tell this is going to be a slow-moving affair if you stick with them. But they all step off. Do you join?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Right,
So you start.
let double check. We've got the jug, right?
Yeah, it's in
Yeah.
the bag
Yeah.
of holding.
Good. Don't want to leave it behind. Not after all that effort.
Okay. So the sort of small train of people slowly move through the desert sands, hugging the mountainside. And, time passes without much affair. Are you doing anything while traveling, or are you just
having a general chit chat with the dwarves as we go along.
general chit chat?
Yeah.
I'm just going to be at the front constantly, like, being just generally looking out, seeing if we can spot anything before it actually gets to us.
Okay. Roll on the perception, or you can use your passive. It's up to you. Okay. Panelor's at the front, keeping a beady eye open, and it's about midday when the sun is hottest. I need everyone who's wearing medium and heavy armor to make a Constitution save, please, as it's getting hot and sweaty. Okay. I think it's just you two, isn't it? The others wear light.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yep. Even though it's really hot and we're talking baking, you manage to sort of push through the worst of the heat of the day and aren't sort of negatively affected by it. Panelor, it's about mid-afternoon that you notice deep in the sands a sandstorm brewing up, very similar to when you travelled through, only the day previously to get to Copper Deep Mine. Seems to be whipping up deep in the sands.
Looks like we found that obelisk, guys.
Oh yay!
Do we venture there?
I
Is it?
have some reservations about it.
I mean, we can always go back to Bardi and just pick up some supplies.
Yeah, it wasn't that far from Bardi, was it?
No, it wasn't.
I mean, if you've got
About
the
a day's
hours,
travel.
I feel like we should get this vessel looked first.
yeah,
Yeah.
we need to. I think we should get it looked at by clerics first, because I don't want to take it into this obelisk area and then it sets off a whole chain of events.
Not already set up a chain of events already.
Maybe this obelisk might help it along.
Hmm.
Yeah.
At least I can actually read the writing. It might give us a clue about what the hell's going on.
That is a fair point, because we didn't investigate that writing properly. Do we like to live dangerously?
Can do.
We
I
could-
say we go back to Bardi. That's
Yeah,
my vote.
I think
That's
back
my
to
vote.
Bardi.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. But Panelor did raise a good point about the writing.
How far away does the sandstorm look?
Maybe a mile or two into the desert.
It's quite a thick sandstorm that we went through before, wasn't it?
It was fairly thick, yeah. Took you a few hours to cross.
And another thought,
Yeah.
actually, it might not actually be the obelisk, because I mean, we travelled through the desert quite inland. We're going along the coast now.
It's probably while you're looking and umming and ahhing about it, Bongred would notice and come up to you, like, looking at the sandstorm. I wouldn't go in there. It's always around these parts. Never goes. Don't trust it.
Yeah, and we'll just go back to Bardi, save getting lost. If we get to the chapel and the clerics or whatever say, oh, it needs to go to a place or whatever, evil or whatever, to be destroyed, then we've got a good idea and we just have to backtrack.
Yeah.
That sounds
Yeah.
like a plan.
I think-
Bardi,
I just nod in agreement. The others.
I've got to find myself a nice elven lady in a magical shop to have another roll at.
You go anywhere near and I'll stick an arrow in your ass.
Look, I was the hero in the mine. I deserve this.
And go and find a brothel.
But there might not be one.
We never looked last time, so we don't know.
Could just make one. Yeah.
Panlaw's just jealous.
Let's just get back.
Okay. You all keep moving through, and the day is uneventful. The sun starts to set, and the dwarfs start to make camp, just sort of like on the side of a mountain, overlooking a desert. Is there anything you wish to do, or are you just going to sleep?
Should we help out with watches, or?
Yeah, I think it's probably best. Share the load.
Share the load.
I'll take first watch.
Second, I guess.
I'll take third.
Yeah, I'll go whenever.
Fourth.
Yeah.
Eventually, darkness comes, the campfires darken, and everyone sort of returns to their tents or sleeping bag type deals. Who said they were going first on what?
I am. Rignar.
Okay. You are joined by another dwarf, and the two of you sort of just patrol. You keeping a particular eye out, or just
Just keeping an eye out, having a chat at the same time, finding out more of whereabouts he was from.
Mhm.
But,
yeah? So you have a chat with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Roll perception as well as you keep an eye out.
Reception.
All right. You keep quite an eagle eye out. This desert is quiet, eerily quiet, and not much seems to be happening.
Okay. Yeah, just keep patrolling around there.
Okay. And eventually your chat is up. You learn that all the dwarves are from Golondir, which is a dwarven kingdom in the far north.
Sorry, Golondir.
Golondir. It's on your map. It's in the far centre of the map, north. It's a dwarven kingdom where most dwarves seem to hail from. Though they are sort of, all around the world.
Yeah. Awesome. Sweet.
Alright. And their watch is finally over. Who's next?
Pindick.
Pindick.
Yeah.
Alright. Is there anything you wish to do in your little sort of 2 hours of watch time with another dwarf?
Just keeping an eye out, really.
Roll perception.
Nothing particular.
I was gonna say
When I clicked it.
it'd be a really annoying.
Yeah, just the first one.
I was gonna
Just the
say it'd
first
be a
one.
really annoying time to try and learn the bagpipes.
You can try and learn the bagpipes. That's a completely normal thing to do, I think.
Yeah, probably not in the middle of the night, though.
Shut up, Pindick.
There's Pindick with his bloody bagpipes again. Oh,
Probably
Pindick,
keep everything away.
if you did the last shift, you could be like a rooster in the morning. With bagpipes.
Yeah, maybe next night.
Okay. Yeah, your watch goes without incident.
Sweet.
Alright, who's up next?
And that'll be me.
Alright, panel. You are joined by Bongrid himself. So two of you sort of watch the sort of desert track that lays slightly below your group. Roll perception, I guess, unless you're doing anything in particular.
I'll just be having a general chat, just trying to find out more, like to think about it, like why they thought this would be a good time to come trapped in a mine, but I'd always have a keen sight out, see if I can see anything.
Alright. 23. And as you're chatting away, you learn that, they're all fairly young dwarfs trying to make a name for themselves. And they thought maybe it was a smart idea to try and take over like an abandoned mine and make it profitable once again. But clearly they were wrong. And as you're chatting and talking, you hear a noise from slightly down the rockway towards the path you've been following.
It looks like we could have guests. Possibly. I can hear something.
You think it's worth investigating?
Go and wake the others up. I'll sneak down myself, see if I can get better eyes on.
Okay. So as Bong returns to go back to camp to collect your companions, Palnor, you move forward on your own. You sneaking?
I'm sneaking.
Okay, roll stealth. Okay, you move quietly towards the edge of this slight, cliff face. It's not particularly high. You're talking only 5-10 foot of rocky, sort of scree. And as you move to the edge, in fact, I'll move you to a battle map, and you can have a look yourself.
Oh, here we go.
Just Palnor on his own. As you move to the edge of the cliff. Can you see that?
I can see it.
Okay. And you're fairly free to move around the top of this cliff face, though you may be noticed eventually. But if you just sort of lay on your belly and just watch over, this group of creatures are moving slowly in a northwardly direction. The same direction you've been traveling all day. And then after, say, 5 minutes or so, the rest of the party catch up. The rest of you've been woken by Bongrid. And he's like, there's something happening down on the path. Paranor's taking a look. We need to go check it out. And he wakes you 1, 2, 3. Are you coming with them?
Yeah, I grab my stuff.
Yeah, I'll grab my stuff. Bloody Panelor, he always manages to find something when we're resting.
His perception's really good. And you all sort of quickly make roll Steffi moving quietly. Remember, I think some of your armors may affect stealth if you're rolling stealth. I'm not sure. It might just be hammerhead.
No, because mine's chainmail. That doesn't affect it, does it?
I don't think so. No, I think you're alright. Let's have a look.
Yeah, because I was gonna get scale mail and then
chainmail or chain shirt.
Where is it?
Chainmail's heavy. Chain shirt's
shirt. Chain shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't affect it. All right, so everyone roll stealth if you're sneaking up. If not, stuff will happen.
May as well sneak up.
We've got to roll for the dwarves. Oh, good. They roll terribly. So you all sort of crawl up to where Panlor is. You all meet up.
At least 9, I don't know, creatures. They're heading north.
Panlor, as you study them, roll perception. They are definitely creatures in the dark. The rest of you can roll perception as you crawl up to where Panlor is and he points them out.
Not much better.
Boom.
Pindic's the man.
You're all peering through the gloom, and all you can really make out are silhouettes. But Pindic, you notice these creatures. They're the same ones from your vision the previous night. These humanoids with hyena-like heads, these matted furs charging across the desert. Not only that, Pindic, with your amazing perception, they are also in the company of the same skeletal, dog-headed creatures you fought in the tomb.
Oh, bloody hell.
We can take them.
And as you scan
Come
them
on, we can take
and
'em.
watch them, you see the one in the center hold up his hand, and they all stop, and they all begin to sniff the air. You see bows are like pulled out, arrows are notched, and then a few little yelps are called, and they all move to like rocks and like hug the side of the road. They're clearly agitated. You can tell something's up.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I guess our cover's blown.
We can take them.
Shh.
But
We're only
Rigma,
just.
we're on a cliff. How are you gonna fight them? You don't have range.
I will charge into them.
You got to have to toss me.
You're gonna have to toss me.
Yeah, I give you a gentle nod.
Little wink.
I'm like, ooh, cheeky.
11 to 6. I can
We're gonna.
Oh, there's that bastard Fievel. I've got to have words with him if he survives this.
Are we gonna attack then?
Well,
I say yes.
Okay. I can put my lights down up on that northern part of the path if people would like to distract.
We need a satisfying distraction.
I'll
Or
do the
potentially
distraction.
on the other side of the ravine.
I vote
Yeah,
for
we're
Fievel
good.
as a distraction.
So at this point, as you're talking about, Bongrid crawls up and is like, Knolls. Best to
Knowles.
avoid them if we can. Knolls.
I agree. We don't know how many there are. We could be
There's,
greatly outnumbered.
We took them in the tomb. We can do it again.
There's at least 5 that I can see from where I am.
I've got eyes on 11.
Oh yeah, 11.
Oh.
Yeah, but
And as you're discussing things, there's another few yelps from down in the sort of canyon way.
we're
And
on a cliff right now, so unless they go all the way around to get up to where we are,
some of you may notice a couple of the pack break off and start moving around slowly. One starts scrabbling up the scree.
they know we're
Yeah.
here.
What do you
Another one.
guys reckon to get back to camp?
Yeah.
Get more dwarves with us. Maybe they might not follow us. Maybe they will.
Right, Joe, I'm assuming this would be like just a general thing that our characters would know, like because we're on the pass down there where they are, and where we're up here on this cliff, so we know where the path is to get up on this cliff.
Yeah.
So which direction is that?
There's the way you guys came up is just down here. This cliff itself is not very high. We're only talking like 10 foot maybe of
Okay.
easily climbable rock. It would slow them down, but it's not like an impassable barrier.
Oh, okay. So it's
want
not
to
like
climb up.
It's not like a sheer cliff.
No, you're not like 50 foot up above them. They're pretty close to you.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we head back to camp.
This isn't. We can't fight them here. There's too many.
Not without reinforcements. Fievel, go back and raise the dwarves.
Yeah. I can grab them, but they're not fighters.
Well,
All right.
if they've got something to swing with, it's better than nothing.
We've left the jar back at the camp, haven't we?
Unless someone carries it with them.
No, it's in my bag of holding, so it's just like on me and all the time.
Okay, that's right then.
What was your plan? Hit them with the jar because it can't break. Oh yeah, we could. Depending on how big the jar is, we could stick that like try and shove one of their heads in it, and then like the god gets a nice hyena head.
Maybe that's what he wants.
Fievel runs off to get the other dwarfs.
Sweet. Now we've got our own personal army of dwarves.
And as he runs off, you hear yelping down from the canyon and fast moving. Like fast movement. As you're watching, you see a skeletal hand come over the top of the cliff as something starts climbing it.
Okay.
We're going to be in shit trouble if we don't hurry up and come with us.
Yeah, if we don't go now, then we have to stand and fight.
Yeah, the way past them is like through them.
Bound to be another route.
But Bongred, is there another route, or is this it?
We have time for talking. Let's just get the hell out of here before we're out.
Let's run. Bongred's like, run.
Alright, we
As
run.
you all start running back to camp. So camp's only sort of like a 5-10 minute, sprint back. And you quickly all rush back to camp. Fievel's only sort of a couple of minutes ahead of you, and he's starting to wake dwarfs up, blearily eyed, who are like trying to rush to get their equipment all together and their tents down.
It's good if we make a move now out of here.
Yeah,
Too close.
Assist the dwarves in getting their stuff down.
And as you're like assisting the dwarves get everything down, you hear behind you the running of feet, the cackling laughter of hyenas.
Oh, you're joking. Right, so come with me.
I grab my trusty warhammer Balthazar's fist. I'll come back with Panelor.
Just want to get eyes on, and if we have to fight, we fight a delay in action.
So who's now turning around to face them, or are you trying to fight them at camp? Because they are coming faster than you can pack up the camp.
I will face them alongside Panelor.
I'm going to turn around.
Yeah. Grab up all the fighters and we'll wait to stand while everyone else starts leaving.
Okay. I need everyone to roll initiative as they start to bear down on camp. Give me a second. I'll drag into the map. I haven't really sorted it out yet because
Aha!
this is a little flying by the seat of my pants.
My initiative is wonderful.
It is wonderful.
Let's see, is Panelor. Oh, Panelor's finally learned how to get some initiative.
Wow. All decent.
Shots fired.
So many characters. I've got dwarfs galore.
Hard.
Gnolls. Love it. Where's Bongred?
There's 2 Fivels.
There's 2 Fivels. Good. We need all the Fivels we can get.
We need 5 Fivels.
Who's the real one?
Which one's
Hasn't
the
been-
real
There's another.
Fievel?
What's that?
You have to lead.
Which one do I need to shoot? I don't know who the real Fievel is.
Alright, I don't know exactly where you've come, but you've rushed into camp, saying they're right behind us.
Oh, jeez.
And as they're helping, like, try and take down the camp, and like all the dwarves are busily trying to pack their bags. Like your kit's completely like laying out in the field. Like I assume you didn't pack your bags and then come and sneak over. Like you were left it
No,
there.
we didn't. We just
So
picked up our axes and whatnot.
so what's the plan as they're rushing down on you? And in fact, we'll stick on some sweet battle music.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
And-
let's get this.
Let me just. He says as nothing happens, as I put it to the wrong person. Tell me. Right. Panelor, you're the quickest to react. Ooh, what were you going to do, Panelor, as these creatures are charging across the desert? They're only like just outside of camp.
I want to immediately like pack the basics, leave the rest, start getting the hell out of here. Gonna pull up my longbow and just engage with Dread Ambush on this one.
Which one? Okay, yep. So you bring your longbow out, shoot at the skeletal creature, and yeah, you connect, doing some significant damage to it. You get a second attack, don't you? It's part of
Yeah. With Dread Ambush engage.
bones just clatter apart and it crashes to the ground.
That's 1 down. 10 to go. Next.
Ooh.
Are you moving at all, Panel, or are you done?
Must be done.
Hammerhead.
Alright, I'm gonna aim at that one there with my longbow.
That's this one here.
Yeah.
That doesn't connect. These
Damn.
things are quick and fast, and it sort of just ducks out the way of your longbow shot.
Damn it. Well, I'm gonna just stand there. We're gonna hold this angle. And
Alright.
that will be me
The one-
done.
The one you shot at, Hammerhead, wheels around the rock and then peers out with his own longbow, aiming at you.
Oh,
Pulls it back, draws, and fires for a 10.
that would miss. Can it be really cool and catch the arrow?
You cannot be really cool and catch it. That's actually a monk ability. Another one hops up from behind a rock and takes a shot at one of the dwarfs, striking it hard. The dwarf drops to one knee, hurt badly.
No.
Which dwarf?
This one here, he is injured. The other 4 around the desert just sort of like make a semicircle around camp and start peppering arrows in. One at Bongrid. Bongrid hits, and he's like stronger and more stoutier than the rest of the dwarfs, but he's still injured. Another shot comes towards another dwarf. That misses. One goes towards Rignar for 19.
Yeah, hit.
Alright, longbow shot. Oh, they're d8s, aren't they? You take 2 points of damage as it rolls minimum damage.
Well,
Whoop, whoop.
And another shot goes towards another dwarf, hitting him. Alright. That's all them done. Bongrid's turn. Bongrid is going to roar and just charge out. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 with a pickaxe. And yeet it towards, missing it. And that's him done. The skeletal one's going to charge into camp. One that comes next to you, Hammerhead, swinging its club at you for a 9. I assume that misses.
Yep.
And then one comes right next to you, Rignar. A 12 misses.
Miss.
They only get 1 attack each, I think. Yes, they do. All right, Rignar, you're up.
I'm going to attack that guy with my battle axe, I suppose.
Go for it. Your new shiny one.
My new shiny one. So, do I just click battle axe +1 now then?
Yep. So it gives a +1 more chance to hit and then +1 more damage.
Okay.
That hits.
Nice.
What's with the extra d6?
I have no clue.
I
I've
think
got
it's just a d10 even, yeah.
Oh, is that for single and then double-handed?
Maybe.
I've just got a
Yes,
battle axe
that makes
+1.
sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So you do 8 damage. This thing is barely standing, but it is standing.
Awesome. I'm just going to stand my ground, raise up my shield.
Okay. This guy's turn. He's going to... Ooh. He's going to charge through camp. 5, 30. Come straight across, looking at Panelor. And Rignar, he moves so quick, you don't even get a chance to like swing at him.
Damn.
Just absolutely dashing through. Nobody gets an opportunity to attack against him. He is too quick. And that's his turn. Fievel!
Fievel,
Where's
you son of
Fievel?
a bitch. Is by the camp.
Yeah, he
Fire.
sees this gnoll just darting through the camp, rushing towards the back line. He's going to bring up his crossbow, shoot, and he's going to miss. Classic Fievel. He's then going
Damn
to
Fievel.
bravely back off
Oh.
and duck behind a tent.
If he lives, then I've got some
Raven
serious
words.
questions. I'm definitely. I forgot to have words with him on the journey.
Pindick, you're up.
Yep. I will move up here by this tree,
Yeah.
and then I'll cast Vicious Mockery on that guy.
Ooh, go for it. What's a charisma save, is it?
Wisdom saving throw, or take 1d4 psychic.
What's the DC?
Actually, hang on a minute. 13.
He fails. So he takes
Sweet.
1d4 damage
1d4.
and disadvantage on his next attack, I think.
Click to roll. Is it not rolling? There. 1d4. 4.
Alright. You just see him grab his head and just like scream out in pain.
What did you say to mock him?
Stay away, you damn dirty dog.
that was about as good as I was expecting.
Is that you done, Pindick?
Yep, that's me.
Panelor, you're up.
I'm going to draw out both of my short swords and engage the one that's just coming dashing towards me.
So dashing. The first swing is a miss, but the second swing is a hit. So as you slash across him, and you've got his full attention now. It's just sort of like growling and drool dripping down from his jaws.
Don't scare me, you.
Damn dirty dog.
Is that you done, Panel?
Yeah, I'm on my ground.
Hammerhead.
This one that's in front of me, is that one of like those skeleton dog head things?
Yep, that you fought previously.
Okay, well I know this works very well on those, so I'm gonna use the Warhammer.
You were saying?
You swing so hard, like with so much power, that you just over tilt and miss slightly.
Well, in that case then, I'm gonna use my action surge. Yeah, action surge is the thing, so I get to have another go. So I will go again.
Go for it. That time it does connect. You do serious damage. This thing is barely holding together, but holding together it is.
Yeah! Didn't expect the backswing. And
Are you done,
that is
Hammerhead?
me. Yeah, that's me done. I'm just gonna...
Alright, again another volley of longbow bolt, like arrows come into camp. One heads towards an already injured dwarf. Hammerhead, you see the dwarf next to you just drop.
No!
As an arrow comes flying towards you, Hammerhead.
I didn't know his name, but I'm just gonna be like, no!
You, I think, get hit for a 19.
What, for me?
Yes.
That would hit.
You take 5 points of piercing damage as this arrow just sort of glances into your shoulder and like passes through. 4 more, well, 3 because Bonger's attacking another dwarf. Dwarfs are dropping.
No!
Shot
Rick,
comes
no, your
towards-
kid holding up.
Rignar, the dwarf next to you is hit badly and he stumbles backwards.
I just let him drop. I let him stumble. I'm holding my
And-
ground.
An arrow comes towards you, Rignar.
Right.
For 14.
No! How about no?
How about no?
One next to Bongrid pulls out a spear and attempts to stab him with it. He connects with Bongrid. Bongrid is not looking good out there. Bongrid's up. He's going to swing his pickaxe. He connects. He does damage. Now the bone guy's turn. 2 surround you, Hammerhead. Both swinging their clubs at you. 1 for a 14.
Miss.
1 for a 21.
Damn. that misses.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage from his club. Same thing happens to you, Rignar. 2 of them just like start coming around you.
Bring your pretty face to my axe.
1 swings for a 15.
Nope.
The other swings for a 13.
No.
That's them done. Rignar, you're up.
I'm gonna rage. I've had enough of this.
Tim's definitely been learning his lines.
So I'm going to attack this guy with my battle axe. Again, I don't know if I just pressed it once.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, the top one. Was that? Sorry.
Uh,
The one you've already been hurting.
yeah, sorry, yeah, that one.
Yeah, it just collapses.
Awesome. That is. Yeah, that's me done.
Okay. The one that's rushed through camp and is now looking at Panlor is going to. He brings out 2 short swords. Panlor, just like you. It's a short sword versus short sword duel off. As first he attempts to bite you. For 13.
Yes.
He swings a short sword at you. For 23.
That hits.
No, it misses.
Slashing you for a 5. And then he brings 1 short sword to the injured dwarf behind him. That dwarf falls, it just slash from like, what, between the eyes all the way down his body, and he just collapses.
Savage.
You're gonna pay for that, you ugly.
The problem is
Five-0.
these dwarfs,
Wait,
they don't have a lot of
wait.
health and they're unarmored. So 5-0 brings his crossbow up,
Don't miss 5-0.
peeks up, sees what's going on. He's going to choose the one in the center. That knoll is definitely the baddest, meanest looking one here.
Yeah.
5-0, 5-0, 5-0, misses!
God damn you, 5-0.
And then it ducks back behind the tent.
Useless excuse for a dwarf.
Even if he does survive this battle somehow, I'm gonna just, like, the amount of misses, I'm just gonna have to hit him myself.
Indig, it's your turn.
I'll cast Vicious Mockery again. So 13 spell save.
Tell him that he's got a small penis.
This time he rolls a d4. No, not a d4, 14.
Ah, so it succeeds.
You do anything else?
Oh,
Nope, that's it.
Okay. Panlor, you're up.
I'm beyond pissed now. So my next hit is going to have ensnaring. That one.
Ensnaring strike. What is he going to do? A strength saving throw?
Yeah.
He fails. So what? So you? Oh, you got to hit the creature still.
Yeah, I've still got to hit the creature, but that's
Yeah,
what.
yeah. Well, he would fail his save if you hit him. So you got to swing to miss. Oh, 2 misses, I'm afraid.
God damn it!
How'd you look at this creature? He is armored with like leather, not particularly well made, but he's armored.
Got lucky this time, punk.
oh,
And that's my turn.
that's some serious fighting talk there.
Hammerhead, you're up.
Same again. Top 1, hammer.
Does that hit? Does that hit? Yeah, that hits, and that is just the perfect amount of damage to collapse this skeletal creature.
Don't want to waste energy needlessly.
Finally got one hammerhead then.
Remember when I knocked those 5 dwarves off the bridge? I
Still
call that
alive.
Are you done, Hammerhead?
Yeah, that'd be me done.
Alright. Volley of arrows come into camp again. An arrow just misses Fievel by like a centimetre.
Oh, damn. I mean...
One. The dwarf next to you, Hammerhead, is hit.
I'm
2
sorry
arrows
about
come
that.
towards Rignar now. So Rignar, 1 misses, I think, with a 6.
Yeah.
The other one is an 18.
Oh, yeah, that hits just.
Alright, so that's...
No, the 6 hit, the 18 missed.
That's 7 damage, but because you're radiant's halved.
Yeah, so
Three.
3.
Then the one fighting Bongrid is going to attempt to stab him. He misses. Bongrid's up, and you hear him shouting back to camp. Dwarves, everyone else, get out of here, just run! I'll slow him down! As he swings his pickaxe. And connects. These two are really waiting on each other.
I like Bongred. You know, he gets
Yeah.
stuck in.
I want to save him. I want to go and save him.
All right, Hammerhead. One of the last skeletons is attacking you. He rolls a 5, and Rignar a 10.
Nothing on me.
Nobody
Rignar, you're
tells
up.
him nothing.
My go. Okay, right. So the only guy that's closest to me, I'm just going to go swinging at him. Reckless attack though, as well.
Bold, love it.
Yeah.
That's enough. In one hit, it just collapses. This creature wasn't even hurt yet, and you still killed it in one hit.
Good job.
Happy
Rignar.
days. Okay, I've got a bit of movement to do. 2 seconds. I've got to measure up. What's
Round
that?
the tent. Oh, you guess you can rush through a tent. Like, they're not going to hold you back, are they?
He-
Slashing through it. I suppose I've got to go around it anyway.
You don't have to go around.
That's right, full rage mode, so yeah, that's not going to stop him.
Rignar takes
I've
the
still
tent
only
with
got 25 foot. Aye.
him.
that
Rignar
kinda sucks.
Takes the tent with him, and it looks like a sweet cape.
I'm going to charge towards Bongrid.
Get down here somewhere. Well, you could use your action to then move another 25 foot if you want, so you could get all the way there. But then you can't attack. So if you wanted to sort of run there and throw something, or what you plan to do.
I've already attacked, haven't I? Now I'm
Oh
running.
yeah, you have.
I've got-
Yeah.
yeah.
Use your action. Sorry.
So I'm just going to run there. That's me done.
Okay. It is the large knoll in the center's turn. He's going to turn to the dwarf just above him, and he's going to attempt to slash him with one of his short swords. He does slash him. He does a lot of damage. This dwarf is looking hurt. And he's going to attempt to bite and then slash at Panelor. So he's going to attempt to bite you for a 14.
Yes.
And then he's going to attempt to slash you with his other short sword for a 17.
Sadly, that's a hit.
Okay. You take 7 points of slashing damage from the short sword.
What a scratch.
5 pokes his head up, takes a crossbow shot,
Hit it.
misses.
Ow!
He rolls an 11.
I thought I'm going to shoot you.
5, 10, 15, 20.
No, fuck. And then he runs off!
He's now a dwarf.
Bonkard told us to flee, as the other dwarfs, there's only 2 left hurt, start moving back. Right. And they can move 60 in their turn, because they haven't done any fighting. This one
Okay.
takes an opportunity attack from the bone knoll. The bone knoll misses, luckily. He manages to flee. Pindic.
I think we probably should start withdrawing. But first,
Oh, we can take
can I cast my dancing lights?
You can take out some dancing.
Can I get a light, please?
You can get many lights.
Yeah, I'll do it as one humanoid.
Don't have a humanoid-shaped light to
Well,
hand.
just a light.
How much does the humanoid light make? Well, I'll just make it up. Probably makes a lot, right?
I think the light's exactly the same. It just makes a humanoid shape instead of one little light.
Roger. Right, you've got control of the light. Put it where you're casting it.
Where is it? Oh, there.
Yeah.
So I'll cast it here.
Mhm.
But then, as my bonus action, I want to make it move 60 feet. I'll measure it. As if it's rushing towards this guy.
Right.
So it goes through him and then to there.
Roger.
As a distraction.
Illuminate more of the battlefield. Doing anything else, Pindic?
No, that's it.
Okay, Panelor. People around you are dropping. Seems to be little else to get this guy's attention who's wailing on you.
Shove him into the fire.
Panelor?
I've just been thinking. I'm going to swing. I'm going to keep him engaged by time. If I hit, I will use a snaring strike.
you miss. And that's a
Second
hit.
one does hit, so you do your damage to him.
Yep. And
What's the DC on the strength saving throw? I think he fails. He rolls an 8 anyway.
yeah, so then I roll this one.
So from what I remember, he is now trapped there, right? And he's going to use a while restrained. The target takes a 1d6 damage at the start of each of his turns. The creature restrained by the line. All right. So basically, he can't move, and he takes damage every turn. So that 6 will roll over to the beginning of his next turn, and he'll keep taking damage until he escapes.
Yeah, and then I'm going to take this opportunity to fall back.
All right. He is definitely going to swing at you as you fall back, but there's no way he can lead chase. Yeah, he rolls a 9. You manage to fall back without him connecting.
I was like, Rignar, I know you want to keep him alive, but we're going to lose here. Just fall back, mate.
I can't leave him.
I cannot leave another dwarf.
Is that you done, Panelor?
That's me done.
You've got more movement. You've only moved 25.
Yeah, I want to stay roughly in range.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Hammerhead.
Guy in front of me, hammer, standard procedure.
Oh, yeah. Serious damage.
And that ends my turn.
Alright. The Knoll's out there. Running out of targets. 2 arrows come flying towards you, Hammerhead. What's your AC? 15. Yeah, both of them miss. The highest I rolled was a 14.
Aha!
This Knoll is completely confused by the light. Let me roll an intelligence. Yeah, he rolls a 1, so he's going to just bring his spear out and try and stab it. He misses the light somehow. Roll 2 1s in a row, the stupid Knoll. These two see Rignar charging across the desert, and they bring their longbows up to shoot at you, Rignar.
Okay. I think they get advantage.
Oh, you reckless, didn't you? So the first arrow, 20.
20. Yeah, that hit.
You take 5 damage, so 2 if you're still raging. Second arrow comes towards you for a 23.
Yeah, that hits.
It's the advantage, man. They would have missed both times. They didn't have it.
Yeah.
3 damage, so 1. And then they're going to move. This one's more interested in the light. This one's taking Bongrid.
Scaredy cats.
No,
Oh, he's going to attempt to stab Bongrid. Ooh, he hits.
No!
Bongrid looks bad. He's barely standing. He's swaying. He looks like he's about to fall. But he brings his mining pickaxe up for another swing. Misses. The last skeleton boy involved is going to attack Hammerhead. Misses. Rignar, you're up.
Sorry, I've accidentally pressed a button. It just closed down the game. I'm coming back.
No. Game over, lads. Let's all go home.
Rignar just disappears. Rignar disappears from the battlefield.
Rignar hurts himself in his confusion.
Oh, there we go. We're here. So I missed on Bongrid. Did he kill the?
No. He's still standing. He missed.
He's still then. Right. Okay. I am gonna charge and help Bongrid out.
Bongrid.
Save the bong.
The screen's so messed up right now.
What have you done to it?
There we go. I just got portraits in the way. I can't get rid of them. I'm gonna attack, but I'm not gonna reckless.
Oh, that is a connection. You see the Knoll just absolutely collapse to your battle axe.
I'm just gonna scream in its face, like, yeah! That is me done.
Okay. Hammerhead, the bone Knoll next to you just opens up its jaws and gnashes and swings at you as a reaction.
Okay.
And misses. Right.
Great reactions.
My ensnared pack leader is going to attempt to break free. He breaks free, but that's his action. He's then going to 5, 10, 20, 30, come down towards Rignar.
I thought he was going to go after Pindick and try and eat him again.
Come at me, boy.
Bring your
Bible.
face to my axe.
He's going to take a shot at the bone one involved with Hammerhead. 5-all hits!
Oh my god, 5-all!
About bloody time.
So
The
apparently
skeleton smashes apart! And then he runs off the battle map.
Apparently the secret for 5-all to hit is to run away.
Alright. All the lesser dwarfs make it off the battle map. And are pegging it into the desert. Pindic.
Yep. I will move down to here and then cast Aid on Rignar, Bongrid, and Panelor.
That's 5 extra hit points, right?
5 extra on each of them.
Alright.
Thank you very much, good
Drop
sir.
that. And with my bonus, I'll make the light dance around a bit to keep them occupied.
Occupado.
Is that you done?
And that's me.
And Law, you're up.
I'm going to sleeve both my swords, bring out my longbow, engage Hunter's Mark on my previous target.
Okay. He is hunter's marked.
And I'm going to try and kill him.
What about hairs?
Oh, hit. 2 damage. He looks over in your direction, but he's got so many targets to attack.
Oi, I'm your original target. Come and have another go. And I'm going to move forward.
Did deem you worthy, obviously.
That's it.
Ahead. What are you doing?
I will.
There's a lot of gnashing and barking in the darkness over in this direction. And you seem to be on your own a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really care about that direction. I could stay over there. I'm gonna move to there alongside that dead dwarf. I don't know. I can see the things going on, so I'm gonna take a shot at the big guy.
Go for it.
Longbow, go!
That just shoots over his head. You're firing in the darkness, it's difficult to make out, and you just missed.
And that is me done.
Okay. Normal little warrior ones. I'm gonna roll for the 2 around the light. One is super interested, the other ignores the light. What's he gonna move over here, peek around the trees, and take a shot at Pindic.
Oh no!
For a
They
13?
spotted him.
It's
Forget how weak you are. You take 6 points of piercing damage. He's going to here. Ooh. He's going to take a shot at probably you again, Pindic.
Yeah.
Hammerhead slightly behind the tent. Panel's on the other side of you. 13.
it's
8 points of piercing damage. 2 more gonna.
We need to get like.
I feel like there should be a reduced chance to hit considering I'm very small.
That's not a thing.
I'm a tiny target, you know.
Another arrow comes. Another arrow comes towards you, Pindic, for a 13.
It's
I've ignored you for like half the fight.
So basically, Pindic has now become a pincushion.
Yeah, that's another 7 points of damage. 3 arrows just boop, 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 all hitting you, Pindic.
No.
And then
The
one
arrows
arrow
are
comes.
probably bigger.
Yeah, probably massive compared to him. Like, the last longbow shot comes at you, Hammerhead, for a 6. I think that's it.
Smallest person on the team just takes 3 hits. Biggest person on the team gets missed.
Bongrid
See,
brings his mining
size
axe,
is everything.
swinging around, trying to hit the big guy. Misses. Bongrid turns to Rignar. Rignar, just run. Get the other dwarves out of here. We're not winning this one.
Yeah, the dwarfs are gone, it's just you.
The skeletons are all dead.
He's been a bit distracted.
Yep.
It's just like, oh, well, they're not really gone. They're just dead.
Is it possible for me to barge Bongrid out of the way so he's no longer engaged in this guy?
And yes, that would be your action. It takes up like 1 attack action, but you only have 1 to use at the moment.
Right, okay.
You can also alternatively bash this guy out of the way. Like, you could push him back and then take up the space between them. Could be something you could do as well.
Or you could chop his face off, and then he won't be able to attack.
You can also grapple, so you could like try and grab the knoll, and that way he couldn't move, so Bongrid could retreat and they couldn't chase him. Like, there's lots of options. Anything you think you could do, there'll be a rule for it. So,
Okay, right. Oh god.
Chop his face off.
while you're raging as well, you get advantage to all strength-based activities. So pushing, grabbing, all those things you get to roll twice. So
Sweet. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna
Motion towards
barge
me.
the knoll out the way.
okay, so it's your strength versus the knoll strength, but you get to roll twice. So
Right. So I don't roll saving throws. I just roll strength.
it'd be athletics if you have athletics as a proficiency.
Ah, yes.
So it's like your athletics versus in a grab or a push. It's your athletics versus their athletics or acrobatics they choose, so they can either dodge or try and push you back, kind of thing.
Okay. So I'll just click athletics and then I.
Yeah, with advantage. Yeah, you easily shove him back 5 foot, and you move up.
Sweet. That's me done, I believe.
Hey,
I'm not moving away.
it's this guy's turn. He's going to. Ooh, he's surrounded by enemies. He doesn't like this. He's just going to wail into Rignar. He's going to attempt to bite you
Okay.
for a 14.
Nope.
Then he slashes 2 short swords, one with a 20 and the other with a 19.
Both hit.
Alright, you take 12 points of slashing damage, so 6 for you.
6.
As he's just like slash, slash, slash with his swords. Rivals run off. Pinned it.
I shall move down here. Yeah, back to there. I shall cast Vicious Mockery. That guy.
Small penis.
He fails.
Hey,
He
it's
rolls a
penis,
12.
but smaller.
So that's d4 damage, and he's got disadvantage on his next bite slash.
Yeah. Avastia Mangy Cur. It's rolling. There.
2 damage.
And I would like to dance the light around some more. Yeah.
Panelor.
I'm just going to be. I just want to stay focused. And I'm just lining up a shot and just going to release it at the same target.
Go for it. I like how you're all concentrating on this, and it's like 4 just launching like longbow rounds right into you guys without any trouble. Oh, that connects. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. This guy looks a little beaten up now.
Bloody hell, what the hell's this guy made up of?
Got level armor, hasn't he?
Don't worry. I'll find out what it's made of.
Are you done, Panelor? Are you moving or?
Move a little bit back forward, pinned it to keep him covered.
Alright.
Don't come near me, they'll start shooting at you and then hit me.
I'm a
Straight
bigger
shot at
target!
Head, you're
I'm
up.
hiding over here.
Pindick, he wants to use you as a small meat shield.
Don't tell him my plan!
Alright, so me, I'm gonna move up to the big guy, and we're gonna see what he's made of. With a mighty warhammer swing.
Oh, you connect. He's looking hurt. But he's standing.
Is it nice and squishy when the warhammer hits him?
Probably not. It's a very muscular creature. Like, trying to hit someone who works out a lot.
A foe worth fighting.
Is that you done?
I believe so. I don't think no, I've already used my action surge, so yeah, that's me done.
The gnolls ignore the light for the first time as they all start closing in around your group. And they all launch longbow shots. One towards Rignar for a 6.
No.
One towards Hammerhead for a 7.
Oh!
Pindix just bravely hiding behind Panelor, I feel, as 3 shots come from Panelor.
Yeah, bitch.
15, 15, 17. Do any of those hit?
Only one hit.
Only one hits out of the 3 shots that come flying towards you. You take 9 points of piercing damage from that longbow shot. And
Ouch!
then
Are you
done.
staggering there a bit, Panelor?
Oh, can you hurry up and cut his fucking head off?
Bongrid's up. Bongrid gonna do.
Well, I hope he bloody runs off, considering I've just barged him out of the way.
Not his character though. He's gonna. He's just. Rignar, I'm not gonna forget this. As he hobbles away.
No,
Rick, no, you're
for hobbling, he can move pretty far.
I thought about giving it a half, but I'm like, I'm going to just pick him off as he's running. But
I'm going to do one attack against this guy.
go for it.
I can only do one attack anyway.
Yeah, this guy's looking so bad.
Okay. I am now going to disengage, though. Or attempt to get away.
Yeah, disengage is an action. You can disengage as an action, but this is just running away. He's going to get
Yeah,
a
I'm
chance.
just going to run away, so he'll have a chance to get me.
Yep, go for it.
There we go.
He rolls a 16 with his short sword.
No!
So you done?
Yeah, that's me.
This guy wheeling around, looking what's happening. He is hurt, bleeding. He is going to use Sudden Rush. As he bravely falls back behind those rocks.
Bravely?
Bravely? Yeah.
Get him, Hammerhead! Get him!
I'm not going to stand for this. Hang on, don't I get attack of opportunity?
Normally you do, but under Sudden Rush, it doesn't provoke any opportunity attacks. He
Damn
just
it.
gets to move 60 feet without taking any attacks.
I think that's bullshit. I think Hammerhead would smash the shit out of him for his cowardice.
Pindick.
I want to fight after him.
We'll cast Sleep
Ooh.
here.
Where you cast
Let me
it?
get here, which should affect these three in the line there. Does it come up?
Yeah, they
Oh.
got a roll
yeah,
against
they've already
it.
rolled.
Just the-
Well, I tried to put it in. Can you actually put it in? There we go.
Creature in 20 feet is pointing at you.
Starting with a creature with the lowest hit points. There's a roll against it, but there's a save. But
No.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
so starting with the lowest hit points, they'll subtract from that pot of 27,
Alright.
and if they
Well, I
go to
don't think-
0, they fall asleep.
None of them have taken damage. And where was the point you chose? It's like enough to get these three, wasn't it?
Yeah, them three. So it was on the middle guy.
Okay, well, he falls asleep, but the rest stand up and are unaffected.
Okay. And
So I guess from that you know they at least got more than 15 hit points each or something.
yeah. And I've danced the light around a bit more. I'll move it up to there now. And that'd be me.
Panelor.
Oh, now I can't see the big dude just clearly. No.
Still make him out, just.
I could just about make him out, but chances are from that angle you won't hit him.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit of protection behind that rock.
Yeah, no. I was thinking now.
Might be worth withdrawing.
That's what I'm thinking.
But we're so close to killing that one. I want to display my dominance.
I'm going to fall back there, and can I actually use my Hunter's Mark without it dying? I can't remember.
Don't know, I've never seen it used without them dying. Read it.
I think you can switch it passively, if I remember right. But, I mean, obviously, I'm not a D&D expert. I just know things that I've watched.
All it says is that if I drop it to 0, I can then use my bonus action to move it.
Yeah, so
Brilliant.
it just specifically says if you drop it to 0, so it's not 0.
Sadly not.
But you got advantage on tracking it later on. That's always fun.
Yep, I'm going to track his bloody ass.
Oh.
So instead, I'm going to target the closest one that's awake to me, which is, I believe, this one. I'm not going to fire an arrow.
Go for it. Oh, that does connect. And the thing yelps in pain.
And that's it. Apart from shouting, Hammerhead, Vignar, fall back. Don't be brave idiots.
Hammerhead, it's your turn. Are you going to be a brave idiot?
Oh, I'm tempted. I want to shout that across the battlefield at that absolute bitch that's run away. I want him to come back here and face me like a man-beast thing that he is. But I'm guessing that's not going to do anything, so I'm going to have to move back. Because everyone wants to run away. Alright, so I'll move to that square. Then I will fire at that one.
Alright.
The longbow.
Yeah, that connects. Glancing shot doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it does connect.
Yeah. Okay, and that's me done.
Alright, the one with dancing light in front of it is going to ignore the dancing light as they move around. They can fire 2 shots into Rignar. 18 and a 20.
Yep. Both.
Ooh. That's 9 points of piercing damage collectively, so 4.
Okay.
They'll chip away eventually. One's asleep. One's going to shoot a shot at Hammerhead for an 18.
That would hit.
You take 3 points of damage, and one's going to shoot a shot at Panelor, I think, and miss with a 9. So that's
Haha,
done.
but what next?
And then it's Bongrid's turn. He's got no range. He's just got his pickaxe. He's going to run off the map and makes it clear into the desert. Rignar.
Is it double action? Get 50 foot, isn't it?
For you, yeah, because you've got little legs.
Yeah, I think we are going.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I can't do anything else.
He's going to lick his wounds. Pindick, you're up.
Yep. I am going to move into this corner and then cast Vicious Mockery on
Hello, how's it
this guy. So that was a DC 13.
What was that? Wiz saving that.
Wiz, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
going
fails.
alright so far, man. How's yours?
Yep, so 1d4. 3 damage.
Stop picking on my nose.
And have the light dance around some more. We can go for this guy now.
Yeah. Panelor.
I'm going to fall back to here.
Yeah.
And then cast one more arrow off to him. Hopefully buy Hammerhead a bit more time.
Go for it. Oh, this thing's barely standing. It's almost like it's got 1 hit point left.
Hammerhead, target that one. I think it's got to drop.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, that one. But move first.
You done, Panelor? Alright, Hammerhead.
That's my either Surge there, and then I will go for him with the longbow.
Go for it. Oh, that shot goes wide. You're just like too constrained on like absolutely sprinting to fire off a good shot behind you.
Damn it!
You suck.
That's me done.
Alright, it's their turn. Let's move to the edge of the tent.
I'll
This
just be
one.
like, tell the other gnolls what you just saw.
This one is absolutely loving that light. He keeps swinging at the spear and missing. But 3 arrows come towards your group, 2 towards Hammerhead, a 16
Yeah.
and a 23.
Yeah.
Alright, you take 11 points of piercing damage, and then 1 shot towards Rignar, which misses.
Ooh.
Bongrid's made up the map. Rignar, you guys are almost clear.
Yeah, I'm off. I'm running. Yeah.
Bye, guys. Alright. The guy's licking his wounds. 5 was long gone. Pindick.
I'll cast Vicious Mockery on that guy again, and then I'll blink out.
The guy just... You see the gnoll just grab his head, scream in pain, and just flop to the floor. They don't need to roll damage, just got 1 hit point left. Have to kill him.
Yep. Sweet, got the kill. And then I'll blink out.
Then you're out. Panelor, you're almost out into the desert, away from these creatures. You got like probably 1 action left.
Yeah, is that leave, or can I just like fire off 1 arrow and then leave? Can't remember.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fire
How many
one
arrows
arrow.
you got?
I'm gonna quickly target that one, fire 1 arrow, and then leave.
Which one, sorry? This one.
That
Yeah,
one.
they can fire one.
Alright, go for it. Ooh, your shot goes wide.
I don't care. I'm getting out of here.
Alright. Hammerhead. Everyone else has fled into the desert, into the darkness. Are you joining them?
I'll move to the edge of the map. I'm gonna give all the gnolls a middle finger, and then I leave.
Okay. You all flee into the desert. And Hammerhead, as you are the last one to leave the camp light, you look over your shoulder and you just see the gnolls just put down their bows and start like tearing into the dead dwarfs. Just sort of start ripping them apart and consuming them.
Delicious snack. I'm still disappointed that that big one didn't fight me like a man. Or no.
It's a no.
I'm very disappointed.
The 4 of you and 4 dwarfs are sprinting as fast as your legs can carry you into the darkness, into the desert. It's pitch black. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna hang a little bit to the rear and just keep glancing over to make sure nothing's gonna follow us.
I'm going to get my 50-foot of rope out and tie us all together so we don't lose each other.
Yeah, Panelor, you hunter's marked the leader of the group. That gives you some advantage on knowing stuff, right? I can't remember exactly what it does.
I'll just double check that.
Rignar,
Oh, actually, no, range is 90 feet.
Oh, is there nothing to do with tracking it or something?
I think the tracking's more of one of my feats.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so just roll perception then. The sort of yelping and like barking you can hear is quite in a distance back at the campsite. You feel fairly confident you're not being followed for now. So Rignar, you said you want to get rope out. Is rope something you would have carried with you?
Yeah, I've got a hempen rope 50 foot, something that I got at the beginning.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, is it something you would have had on your person, or is it something you left behind?
Yeah, I think it might have been something I left behind.
That's something I was about to go into now. Anything you didn't carry with you to have a look at what Panelor found down on the road would have been left behind. So, like, I assume sleeping bags, any kind of tents you'd carried. I don't know if you had backpacks.
Yeah.
So anything,
I'm not
going to tell you exactly what you left behind. Just anything you think you wouldn't have carried on your person to scout out in case of a fight, you would have left behind. So some of you may have been smart enough to think, I'll have rations on me, or I'll carry a day or 2 of rations on me every day. Some of you may have been like, I'll just leave it by the camp, site and get back to it.
Bugger.
Just delete that straight off our inventory, mate.
Unless you plan on coming back for it.
I think I would have left my sleeping bag, but I would have probably grabbed my backpack.
Okay.
I think I've left quite a bit of my stuff, considering.
That's what I'm saying. I'm putting it down to your character to decide what you left behind. You know, some people might be like, I'll grab my backpack, I'm going to pack all my stuff up, and then go look. Or some of you may be like, I'll come back to that later.
Panelor did, didn't you?
I did take most of my stuff.
Yeah, I didn't. I got engaged.
No.
But in my items, apparently I don't have a sleeping bag anyway, so I don't have a sleeping bag. I'll just sleep on the floor.
In fact, they don't make one for freakish giants.
Yeah. Look, it's all right. You can fit in a paper bag. I've got different sizes.
It's got a potato sack.
In these times, they don't have a big and tool shop.
Yeah, I just use a backpack to climb in.
You just have the bag of holding. We just carry you in that.
Yeah, you can put people in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would have grabbed my backpack because that's kind of got some important things for me.
It's fine. So, you're heading out into the desert in the dark. Rick, now if you have your rope, you can pass it between you. I'm sure one of you must have kept a rope. So that's
No, I don't think I would have had my rope.
Not here. I hand you over my Hampton rope.
Right, there we go. So just tie everyone together so we don't lose anyone, including the dwarves that are with us.
Ooh, this reminds me of an experience in a brothel one time.
Steady.
Daddy.
So what's your plan?
Do the dwarves know where they're running to, or are they just running aimlessly into the desert?
No. If you ask Bongrid, I know. But we can't keep this pace up for long. A few of us are injured. I think only Fievel managed to get away unscathed.
Right, I'm grabbing Fievel.
I'm usually what I can. I want to start treating some of the dwarves that are injured.
That would involve stopping. It depends when you want to stop.
I think we need to keep going for a little longer.
Or we don't want to just go aimlessly into the desert.
Yeah, that's true.
I suppose we need to kind of work out where we are and try and swing north.
We need to wait for daylight, I suppose, don't we?
Is it a clear sky?
It's clear
Yeah.
sky.
Can I use survival?
Mhm.
Tell by the stars to find which way is north.
Yeah. Roll survival. Panel, you're sure, looking at the stars, that north is the exact direction you just came from. So you're heading south currently.
Right, so I'm going to relay the group.
Probably worth heading east for a bit and then swinging back to the north to follow the coast.
I'm fairly sure I can do that for us.
We can probably
So
slow down
Panel,
the pace and keep an ear out in case they get any closer.
I don't want to leave it too long before we treat them now.
Alright. Panel, if you're leading the group, roll me another survival check as you try and make your way sort of southwards and then eastwards and then slowly heading towards Bardi, I assume, overnight. That's what your plan is. Okay. You all start following Panelor as he leads you through the darkness in the sands. It's probably not long, maybe half an hour, that you will start to feel like the sand start to hit your face and then the wind start to pick up as you seem to be walking into another sandstorm.
Here we go.
Might be best if we stop.
Yeah.
You'll stop for a second and the dwarfs just collapse onto the ground. Even Fievel, uninjured, but just exhausted from this sprint. They're clearly not natural athletes.
Have they packed up their tents?
Long distance.
The dwarves, are they carrying their tents?
So half the dwarfs have managed to grab their tents and sleeping bags. They only had maybe less than a minute to pack
Okay.
everything. So they have left stuff behind. As you sit down, they do hand out some of their rations to you all, so you don't have to use whatever you've got left.
Okay.
Are any of them particularly injured, or?
Two
I
of
want
them,
to start.
Bongrid and another one, are very, very injured. They're in single digits.
I know one
Okay.
dwarf that's about to get injured. I need to have a bloody word with Fievel.
I
I
think
want
we
to
need
treat
to.
start treating some of the injured ones.
Yeah, if I cure wounds one and then you medicine it.
Yeah, I was going to medicine it.
So yeah, you help stop some bleeding. You make is Bongrid or the other dwarf you going for?
I'll do it from them all. Wait, how many are injured? Is it 3?
3 are injured, 2 are really bad.
Right, I'm going to definitely medicine on the 2 of them.
So you don't need to roll twice, so the 9 carries over. But yeah, you managed to stop some of the bleeding, make them feel more comfortable. It's going to take several days for these wounds to heal. Like they're quite like cut up, a few arrow wounds, that sort of thing.
Oh,
So I can do for the time being.
I grab 5 of them. Like, why the fuck can't you aim?
He just looks down at his crossbows. I don't use this much. Like
Right,
scaring away rats and things.
You need some lessons.
I'm a miner at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, that brings me nice and swiftly on to my next point. Right, you told us this guy was sick, not that his bones were falling off and that he's going to turn into a self-cannibal. This isn't a simple case of the flu, mate.
Hammerhead, he didn't know.
Well, I don't care. It's not the flu. and also, if you're going to go into a mine where things are going to be bad, you might want to learn how to use that crossbow. Pointer.
Yeah, Bonker to speak up at this point. Just leave the kid alone. Like, he's young, he'll learn. Now, what are we doing?
We need to rest. We need to wait till daylight. We need to basically hold out for this storm to get past. Otherwise, we'll get more lost.
Storm relents. I don't know. We could be heading towards even more trouble.
I think we need to stop.
Trouble's my middle name.
Well, I think we need to stop for a little bit anyway and catch our breath before moving on. Maybe an hour or so.
What time of the night is it, Joe?
It's
What, like
difficult to say.
midnight, 2 o'clock?
You know you've got at least 2 or 3 hours until daylight. Maybe a bit longer.
Probably best wait till then. 2-3 hours.
What about if the gnolls start tracking us?
Say an hour, no more.
Yeah,
And
an hour or
2
so. Keep an
no
eye
more.
out.
So as you rest, you can all take a short rest, I guess, unless you're actively doing something.
I'm just going to take a short rest.
I'm going to keep an eye out. Somebody's going to have to keep an eye out.
I'm going
You
to
roll-
actively use a hit dice.
I was
Yes,
about to say that.
I will use my Song of Rest very quietly,
Oh.
but loud enough
Oh,
that you guys can hear it. Or a hum of rest instead of a Song of Rest.
Don't let the other dwarves know. It's a song
Okay.
of rest.
So roll your hit dice, and Panelor, roll me a perception check. Yeah, so Panelor, you listen out. And as you're listening, the wind picks up more and more, and the sand starts blowing in. It is hard to make anything out of any great distance away from you. But you do feel more comfortable that the sandstorm is probably covering up your tracks as it sort of blows in.
I'm not going to rest. I'm just going to keep just monitoring. A little bit easier knowing that at least we've got a bit of cover.
Oh, sweet. That sorted me out health-wise.
Did y'all remember your extra d6s? Spending a hit die.
No!
Of course they didn't.
Well, I already used 2.
Oh!
You're welcome.
Oh, sweet. Perfect. I'm back up to max health.
Thank you.
I was only missing 4 hit points after my 2 hit dice.
That could be a service.
Thank you very much, Pindick.
I tossed you a gold coin to you for your service.
I
Thank you.
I like, you know, do a courteous bow like I'm taking my hat off to you, but I don't have a hat, so.
I was only humming a tune.
Means more than what you know. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
I might be chaotic, but at least I know my manners.
Time passes. Some of you rest up. Some of the dwarfs are looking a lot better for it. So the adrenaline has sort of eased. Everyone is calm. Alright, what now? We pushing on through this sandstorm, trying to head back to the mountains? What?
We just need to try and head east to Bardi.
Agreed.
People are all quite injured.
I'm not sure if I can. After last, I'm not fully convinced to know where I am now, but I can give it another go if you want.
Can we still see the mountain range?
It's dark. Not really. It's too far away. You guys probably ran, 4 or 5 miles into the desert before you even thought about stopping. Bongrid will speak up. Panelor, just any direction's better than standing still.
Okay. I'll try and lead this. I'll try and lead this out.
Okay. Panelor, you take a few moments, try and peer at the sky through the sort of swirling sand to look at the stars, and you feel confident you know the rough direction to at least the ocean. Not directly to Bardi. And you all set off pushing hard against the sand as it gets in your eyes, in your teeth, and all your clothes. And it's slow progress. Probably 2 hours later, as the sun is rising, the sandstorm sort of dissipates, quietens down.
Panelor, do you know where we're at?
Okay, Bardi. I know we should hit the coast.
And as you look out, Panelor, you see in front of your group, as you're heading, the shape of an obelisk pointing out the sands once more.
Oh, here we go.
Looks like I found something, but not
it
what I
okay?
intended to find.
Well, at least you kind of know where Bardi is from this place.
That's if it's the same one.
That's a very good point.
And as you bring the group to a stop, Panelor, Bongrid will walk to the front of the queue and be like, "What is it? What have we found?"
It's an obelisk. We saw it on our way down to the mine. We never. We only got close enough to see a bit of abysmal, but we didn't investigate.
This is good. That obelisk is only a few hours outside of Bardi. We're on the right track. If we keep heading towards where the sun is rising, we should be back in. He looked around everyone. Time for breakfast? There's a little cheer from the dwarfs.
What's on the menu?
Dunno. Whatever the bars have to offer at this time of morning.
I fancy me some bacon.
I'm sure they have bacon.
I'm going to take some steps closer to the obelisk.
Yeah.
See if I get any kind of weird feeling.
Yeah, you guys are quite a way off. We're talking like 300 foot.
I'm gonna just have some bacon.
But, yeah. No weird feeling, Panel.
Can't fight on an empty stomach.
Did it kind of feel like we were drawn back for this?
Roll a wisdom
Seems
check,
odd that
Pindick.
wisdom. Where are we? There we go.
Just a general vibe
Yeah.
check.
I
No,
was
you
not
probably
just thinking that.
conclude. Yeah, you probably conclude that you just got turned around again in the sandstorm.
Well, it seems like Fate wants us to go into there, and I don't trust Fate. Fate doesn't seem
I
to be
just
working out too
ignore
well.
what Hammerhead says, and I just walk towards the obelisk because I'm determined to find out what the hell it says now. If we've come back here for a second time after being lost, it's for a reason. I'm going to go and investigate.
Okay. Well, it's on your route anyway, so you have to pass it. And as you walk towards the obelisk, you come to the edge of like a ring of cliff that surrounds the obelisk. The obelisk was at least semi-buried and has been uncovered. And as you look down, you see like little wooden steps have been made, like winding down all the way down to the obelisk, which seems to be on like a stone floor. There are several ruins near it at the bottom of this sort of like pit that's been uncovered, broken, decayed, probably buildings at some point. But the obelisk itself is perfectly preserved.
Well, that's not good.
Can I see any writing at all?
Yeah, so as you peer at it from the side of the cliff face, it's a good 50, 60 foot inside this hole. You can make out abyssal inscription, but you're going to have to get closer to actually figure out what it says.
May as well have a look.
Can't hear. I'm just going to stop walking down to, but slowly and cautiously, just in case there's something that if there's anything else there that might hurt us, might attack us.
So you start making your way down these creaky, rotten wooden stairs that spiral down this dig site. That's what it looks like towards the obelisk itself. And as you approach it, yeah, you can read it quite easily, Panelor. And I will stick it in your journal. Give me 2 seconds, and you should be able to read it for yourself. He says he probably hasn't done it properly.
Yeah.
2 seconds. Try now. Should be.
I've got a funny feeling this obelisk is related to that boss, whatever it is.
Oh,
What does it say, Panelor?
All demons desire for slaughter. They all want to tear down the works of the gods and reduce things to ruin. Where Venegobi differs, however,
You know,
in
I think it's pronounced.
Venegor, sorry mate, is in his need for it. He hungers for it, a hunger which is never satisfied, an unending hunger that is said, if ever appeased, will bestow him the strength to rise where he fell.
that doesn't sound good.
It does sound similar to that beast stuff.
Yeah, feeding and eating and.
Well, the dwarves were on about breakfast earlier, so that's also similar.
The inscription is in all of your journals now, as Panelor has translated it for you. I'm sure you can copy it down or whatever you want. Notebooks.
Can I make anything else out?
No, the rest is either like just gobbledygook or damage. This is the only inscription that is clear to read on it.
Does it say that in abyssal gobbledygook?
No,
Yeah.
it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, do we investigate or do we carry on the plan and find some clerics? The biggest concern is this wasn't sort of, there wasn't stairs and stuff earlier.
The area seems to have been cleared more. I wonder, and I'm going to head over to Pindick and I'm going to ask him, take the vase out, let's see if anything else has changed on it.
Yeah, I'll show him the vase.
Right. And as you take the vase out, the letters again are glowing a dull, like blood red.
No difference.
Well, I feel they're defected. Don't really want to take it in there though, unless we know more about it.
Agreed. It's too much of a risk. But I do feel like this could be important in the near future for some reason.
It's definitely related.
I want to see if I can.
You heard of this in that group before?
You can roll a religion check, I guess. History, maybe? Whichever one you feel is more appropriate.
Uh,
I was asking Panelor if you've heard of it. Don't know if he has.
I did quite well on religion last time.
We can try history.
Go for it. Yeah, Yanogu rings no bells.
I will try my religion because apparently Captain Hammerhead's very good at it, and he's still very good at it.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Probably flicking through some old dusty book, bored Hammerhead. You recall reading the name Yanogu before. You don't remember great detail. You probably weren't paying a huge amount of attention, or there are a lot of funny names in here. But you remember it being said that he was a demon lord who was slain thousands of years ago.
Right, so we're dealing with a demon lord.
You probably remember reading that he was known as the Destroyer, the Ruler of Ruin. You remember reading like how this demon just cared for destruction and very little else in the stories written about him. Funny's really good. You recall it being read that he had like a small cult following and was worshipped by some dogmen. It talks about, but you don't really remember a great deal.
Well, that all sounds like what we're dealing with now. So you know, I relay henceforth all that stuff.
I wonder if this could be an enclave of theirs.
I reckon this is probably like
Could be a monument to him, or a tomb.
Or a cultist circle. This is probably like a cultist area. I mean, we had Doggy, Skeleton Man. If it's underground, then it could potentially be linked to Copperhammer Mines. Copper Deep Mines, not Copperhammer. Why am I saying Copperhammer? I know why I'm saying Copperhammer.
Dwarf hammer.
Copperhammer, it's a thing in Guild Wars. It just sticks in my head. But yeah, it could all be linked if it's all underground. Who knows how big those tunnels are and search under there. I mean, we only explored a small section of it. And there's all those collapsed passageways. So it could all potentially be linked.
Well, at the moment, I'm in agreement with Pindick. Let's not take that vase down there in case anything bad happens. Plus, we've got injured. We might as well get back to Bardi as soon as possible.
I mean, we might have to have some problems dealt with at Bardi, because I mean, we don't know if that gang's gonna still be annoyed. I mean, it's only been like what, 2
Don't
days.
know if it's or not.
I don't know who it was.
Well, I've got a disguise kit, so I'm cool.
I used to have one. I left it at camp.
Aha! I can be a duke of someplace.
7-foot Duke.
Oh, according to
Or
my
do you put your
backstory-
shoes on your knees and then you're like a normal height person?
Aha! It's all an illusion. You're gonna have to use some of your great illusion spells, Pindick, and
I don't think I have one that works that way. I can make it smell nice for an hour.
Sure,
I
am
mean,
I at the bottom of the hole or not?
a duke would smell nice.
What was that? Sorry.
Am I at the bottom?
Yeah. You've all like walked down these rickety stairs down to the bottom, and you're all sort of like looking at it, and I guess you're just having like a discussion. You gathered around.
I'm handing out bacon. I've got a big plate of bacon.
Thank you for the bacon.
Look, we're doing hard investigation work. You need to be well fed.
Are we heading back to Bardi then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Probably
think
best.
so.
I'll take one quick look, like, glance around and see if I spot anything that we could possibly use before we leave.
Yeah. Roll investigation as you search the area. No. You have a quick look around the surrounding area, Panelor. It feels like this area's probably been picked clean by, adventurers long before you even arrived.
Is there
I'm
like
fine
no
with that.
big door?
No, no big door. It's just like some people have started uncovering like ruined buildings. It looks like an archaeological dig site that's just been picked well and truly clean.
Okie dokie. Well, if it's going to be related, we'll find out from the clerics and such. So let's go back to Bardi and sort out business that we need to sort out.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. You carry along your original sort of trajectory, and it's not long after the sun comes up that you see Bardi on the horizon. I'm talking super early. Well, not super early. Maybe like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning.
That's
That you
early.
finally arrive on the outskirts of this sort of lawless desert town. And all the dwarfs just give off this big sigh of relief as they all sort of hobble in through the city gates. And Bongrid turns to you, it's like, I don't know what we would have done without you. Thank you all so much for your help.
I'm just sorry that so many of your friends died and didn't make it.
It's tough, but we came out here knowing the risks, and it's just a shame we've got nothing to show for it, but we'll travel home, save up money and try somewhere else. There's always money to be made out in the mines somewhere else, so just thank you for getting us out of that hell. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to get in contact somehow. And he just puts out his hand and goes to shake all of yours.
So what? They live in like the realm of Glondir. Whereabouts in Glondir?
So you ask them, and I have to look at the map. They all say they come from the capital, Skladrum Karak. No, that's not even the capital. They come from Skladrum Karak. It's not a capital. It's a big town, big city in the middle of the mountains.
Okay, well, if I need some good miners, you know where to send a bird or something. However, we get in contact.
He smiles. You'll never find a better miner than a dwarf from the Northern Kingdom.
I give him like a little farewell salute.
They all give a cheery wave and say they're heading for like the nearest bar.
I just smile.
I'm going to join them. I'm going to go to the bar with them and have a drink with them.
Yeah, drinking a bit of food, rest up.
Yeah, same.
Okay. You
I
follow
suppose
them,
everyone's
and
going for Bev, so I'll have to join.
it takes them a little while to find an establishment open at this time. But you eventually find one called the Drunken Peasant. And you all enter. It is a rough-looking place. It looks more of a place that's been open really super late than it's open in the morning. There are still like a few people passed out at the bar. Their tables and chairs sort of spill out onto the street. It's a very open kind of place. But there is a barman who gives you kind of like a smile as you walk in.
I'm just going to go up to the barman and ask, like, his most heartiest meal and the strongest beer.
We just had some bacon.
You nods. It's like, well, I've still got quite a bit of roasted mutton left over from last night. Does that fancy you, gentlemen? Do with some crusty bread, maybe a slice of cheese.
Oh,
I'll take some of that.
you had me with cheese.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. Call it 1 silver apiece. I'll bring it out to you in 15 minutes.
I'll just throw him over a gold.
All right. Oh, thank you very much. And he goes at the back and starts preparing you food. And you all find like a big table to crash out around. It's not long until like these big, huge hunks of mutton are brought out, crusty bread, got like little bits of dipping like oils and big old slabs of cheese.
Oh, that's beautiful.
He loads the table up and he's like, I assume you gentlemen all want ale? Also got a bottle of mead at the back if you want some of that.
Keep it coming.
He smiles and brings you all big tankard of ale and even drops the bottle of mead. Don't worry about the mead. Silver piece each for the beer though.
Yeah.
I'll toss a gold coin to him.
I can't even give my gold away if that's doing it for me.
He looks very happy.
Put his feet up.
And he heads back to the bar, and you all sort of sit around, exhausted, tired, beaten up, but very much alive and very much enjoying your meal.
Filled with holes.
Filled with holes.
Happy days.
Eventually we're going to need to find a good ship captain.
I need to buy some more rations first. I've left most of mine back in the desert.
I think we might need to do a bit of a request as well.
Yeah, we could do a little bit of shopping, and we can try and find a ship captain.
Yep.
Yeah, need to commission a ship, get a captain.
So you all enjoy your meal, you chat, you laugh, you forget about your pains and your troubles. What, do you eventually get up and do a bit of shopping again? Love a bit of shopping, don't you guys?
Yeah, restock everything we left, you know.
I want one of those like classic 80s like shopping montages. Like we're all like trying on different outfits and like eventually like two of us will come out and like we're wearing the same top and it's like, oh my god, that's so funny.
That happens easily. Local traders are a bit thin on the ground in this part of the world, but yeah, you can get places that sell like very deserty sort of, like sort of like silk cloth type gowns. You can get some nice little headdresses if you want. little scarves you wrap around your head.
Remind me, the chapel that you said about that would be going to, is that the Chapel of Purity in the Gandula Heights?
Yeah, if you're talking to Bongrid about it, he's like, that is probably, at least within the Barren Sands, the only place you're going to find any people of any knowledge of what you're talking about. You can always travel north if you want. I'm sure there are clerics up in the cities of the north, in Kashil or Etchia.
Is the Gandula Heights mountain range snowy, or is it just mountains? Is it a cold place? Are we going to need some like cold attire?
You can either do history check yourself or just ask Bongrid. Table.
I'll ask Bongrid.
Oh, I've never been, but it's too far north for proper snow. Maybe at the peaks. But I don't hear much about it.
Sorry, mate. I know because I'm a natural explorer in the mountains.
Yeah, give me a history check. I guess history is closest to geography check.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. You've never been there yourself, Panalore, but you know it's quite an unexplored mountain range. Very few people even really travel that far south. Like beyond that, you've got the swamplands, which no one really travels through. You got desert to get there. It's very unexplored, but terrain-wise, not very snowy at all. It's quite like a dry and dusty mountain range.
Okay.
I'll just relate that onto the others.
Just think we might want to kit ourselves out with a little bit of suitable equipment.
Warmer gear. Yeah.
Yeah, but pick up some rope and stuff. Some extra rope, because you never know if you need to do some climbing or whatever.
I want to go and see that woman, that Bardi. Is it the Bardi?
Ooh, I almost forgot about her.
I just give you an absolute death stare for that comment. Like if you get the kind of death stare, it's like if you try anything, I will shoot you.
Yep.
Hammerhead, you find some rope for 7 silver. 50 foot.
Silver?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll
so you head back to Dragon Artifacts, do you as well?
Yeah.
I know Rignar's going. The rest of the party's going.
Yeah.
You head into a little shop. It seems just as you left it 2-3 days ago. Imra, the wood elf female, is stood behind the counter, and she smiles as you enter. It's like, I didn't expect you all back so soon. Welcome, my friends. Please come in. Get out of that heat. Is there anything I can help you with?
I hope so. I'm looking for a couple of things. Firstly, I need some rations. Hoping to get them from yourself. And secondly, that shield that you had. Do you still have it?
I do. Yes, I do.
Can you tell me a bit more about it before?
Yeah, she goes into how it's such a great shield and strong, and mechanically it's a +1 shield, so you get 3 AC out of it instead of the normal 2. She's like, I can let that go for 500 gold.
Whoa, okay, right. How much for the rations?
Well, she's like, I don't normally sell rations, but I can make you up some lovely sandwiches and things free, to help me out somewhere.
I'll take the rations. I'll pass on the shield.
Okay.
Go over to Regnar and say, here's 250. Just get that shield. I got a funny feeling we're going to need it.
You sure?
Take it. We're going to need all the help we can get, and if that can give us some extra help, I'd rather just have it.
Okay. The blacksmith's still in town. He should have some shields. Maybe we could buy it with him instead. I'm gonna. What's the woman's name?
Imra.
I'm gonna just say to her, I'll keep it in mind. I might be back in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, she'd be like, it's unlikely the blacksmith will have anything magical. There's very little magic item trading in Bardi.
Okay.
I have 1 new item since you're last in. It hasn't been long enough, really, to have a complete inventory change, but I do have this wonderful hat. And she brings out sort of a sad-looking blue wizard's hat.
What can you tell us about it? Is there anything in particular?
Oh, yes. This is a hat of disguise.
A hat of disguise.
And she says
Oh.
it in a way that it should mean something.
It's a hat of disguise. You go from a man who doesn't wear a hat to a man who has a hat.
Is that any of interest to you guys?
I've already got a disguising kit and all that sort of stuff, so I'm good.
How does it work?
While wearing this hat, you can look like anyone within certain parameters.
Except
Magically,
you're wearing a
instantly
hat.
transforming. Yeah. You can make the hat look like whatever you want the hat to look like.
Sounds pretty good. How
What
much
would
would
be
it be?
350 gold pieces.
I'll have to consider it.
And mechanically, it lets you cast a disguise spell at will. So you can look at the
Well, how
disguise
much-
spell if you want.
Yeah, how much we got for the pile of gold yet, do we?
We haven't dished out the gold from the tomb.
No.
Yeah, we still got the pile of gold, and I was gonna show her the loot that we got from the tomb as
Ah.
well. The possibly magic items.
Oh, where'd you get these from?
Found them.
Well, there are plenty of ruins out in the desert, so I'm not surprised you found some things useful. And she like ums and ahs of them. These are definitely all magical. Are you wanting to sell?
Could we get an appraisal? Find out what they are.
Yeah. And she like looks over the things and picks up the bagpipe first and is like, these are pipes of haunting. Very valuable to some people. I've been told that a blast from this can send your enemies running in fear.
That could be useful.
You best start learning how to play them, Pindick.
And I'll ping it all to you guys so you can look at the pipes of haunting in your own spare time. And she comes to a little pouch of dust and she's like, this is dust of dryness. Magically.
I don't know why that's so funny. Dust of dryness.
It magically clears up water, like absorbs it at a great rate. I'll ping that to you. Can be very useful in the right circumstances. And the last thing you have, picking up the pair of gloves, this is gloves of swimming and climbing. It makes you very adept to swimming and climbing, like a fish or a monkey. Yes, very, very useful items for adventurers like yourselves.
Panel could probably use them after them falling off that roof.
I was thinking the same thing, my dear friend.
I've also got these two fancy rings. You can see them.
He looks at them. They are fancy rings, non-magical, I'm afraid, but valuable.
Fancy rings.
I could give you 100 gold for them right now, if you like.
Would Rignar think that's a good deal?
Yeah.
You can. Sorry, that's tickled me so much. You can roll Smith's Tools Intelligence, Rignar, to try and give your own appraisal of the rings. Though I
Okay.
imagine, like, gold is probably not your forte.
Smith's tools. What am I putting them in?
Just-
Intelligence.
Intelligence, yeah. It's like an estimation. Really. Yeah, Rignar, like, jewelry is not your thing. Like, you're more armor weapons. But, the gold is decent quality, but you think the gemstones aren't really up to much in them. So you doubt you could get much more than 100 gold for them.
Yeah, and gold sounds about right. I think.
Yeah, I'll sell her the rings then.
You get 100 gold pieces.
Each.
So you want her to pay 400 gold?
Yeah, she looks at you blankly, like the 100 gold in her hand, willing to, like, ready to pass it over. No, just the.
Yeah, I'll just take it. Yeah, I meant no per ring.
No, 100 gold for the two.
Just for both.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
Okay,
Is there anything else I can help you, gentlemen, with?
Do
How
you...
much-
I've got one question. Do you know of any good ship captains?
I know a few ship captains. None of them I would say are good. But why?
We need to go on a little adventure, and we think a boat might be a wise decision.
Oh yes. Where are you going?
We're going on a holy mission. We're looking for some clerics. Don't know exactly where they are, but just close enough.
I step forward and like the Chapel of Purity. We need to ask them about something that we found, but it's best that you don't know too much for your own safety.
Just a think for a second. You're going to struggle to find any ship captains heading that far south. There's very little down that way. And she sort of racks her brain. The only captain I know of, I say I don't know many. My notes. Jamal, you could try. He's often found in one of the beach bars down by the docks.
Perfect.
He's a trustworthy character as far as ship captains go in this part of the world.
We'll have a little conversation. Thank you very much.
That's all right. He has a ship called the Tobruk. I think it's docked now, so you might be able to.
Ooh, we'll have a venture over there. Should we have a quick count through of the gold and things that we found in the mines, because we haven't done that yet?
I suppose if you're going to do that, so you do that in the shop. You don't want people out in the streets seeing you, especially in the bars. Here.
Hammerhead, if I was to get this second shield, would you like the shield that I've currently got?
That might be of use to me. Yeah, if you're getting the shield, I believe I am proficient in shields. I am proficient with the shield, so that would be quite wonderful. Would you like me to help pay for your new shield? Or I can pay for your old shield?
Let's have a butcher's. Let's have a butcher's on how much gold we got from the tomb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll do our divvying. It's an equal party system.
Did I ever tell you how much gold you got from it? Or...
No, just
No,
a pile of gold.
Just a pile.
Not yet. Just
Okay. You count through the golds inside the shop. You managed to collect up 700 gold pieces.
Okay. We got some bulk.
175 each.
Well, I'll add the 100 from the rings, so 200 each.
200 each. Whoa.
Yeah. 450 for me. Hat of disguise then.
350.
I shall send you 350. Can't
Um,
actually send it, but
Yeah, I get it.
thank you.
You bought the hat disguise and you buying the +1 shield?
How much was it again?
500 gold pieces.
Is there any way you could drop that down?
Is that with the 50% discount from earlier, or is that sale expired?
Like, it has got a heavy discount on it, not 50%. I can't keep doing that, but roll persuasion, Rignar, as you ask, can you drop it a bit lower?
Would you prefer me to charm? No. Oh,
Yes!
Rignar's very charming.
You helped me so much. 400 is the best I can do, and that's me selling it at how much I bought it for.
I'll take it. 400. I'll take it.
Okay, add a +1 shield to your inventory. Take off your old shield and pass it
Okay.
over to Hammerhead.
How'd you delete items?
So on your character sheet, you should be able to...
There's a little padlock on the bottom right.
Yeah, padlock on the bottom right, and then that brings up lots of bins.
Happy days.
How much would you like for your old shield, Rignar?
You can have it.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay, well, if we find something nice later, I'll buy you a nice gift.
Ah, thank you very much.
Okay, so I need to add 1 shield. So what bonuses does the shield give me?
If you drag it onto your sheet, it should automatically update your AC. It's just like a +2.
Okay.
So you should go from, what, 15 to 17. But that means you can only use your Warhammer one-handed.
Yeah. That's all good.
I generally find it, good to not be hit. So,
How do I do that? Find an item thing and
in the compendium, I'll do it for you. Don't worry about it. Just to speed.
Okay.
But there's a compendium, it's like an eye on the top right. You should be able to
Yeah,
go in there and type in shield and drag it
I
over.
found it. I was looking on the character sheet for ages. 1
Oops.
shield.
Why's it made it 14? Nice.
No.
There we
My AC's dropped down to 13 now.
Yeah, because your character sheet's not taken into the fact your unarmored defense. So you were 18 before, weren't you? So you're 19.
Yeah, I was
On
18.
the funny bit.
Yeah, there is if you fiddle with it and stuff. Do that in your own time.
So I'm not wearing any armor, according to that.
You actually
okay.
have, unless you get some better armor. I think you're better off without any.
Right. Okay.
Did
Happy
Sweats
day.
want them gloves?
I'm definitely going to take those gloves off.
Panel off. Yeah. Alright, I'll take them out the bag. And did anyone want the dust of dryness? For now.
So,
I'm
Divvy this
okay.
stuff up and then you don't have to worry about it later.
Captain Hammerhead doesn't do dry.
so the gloves of swimming and climbing are attunements. You need to take an hour to study them to get their effects, and you can only have 3 items attuned at one time. Just
Always,
Rignar, did you attune your hammer?
I did. I tuned to my battle axe.
Yeah, your battle axe.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't need that checking.
No, I have a longsword that I'd like to sell if no one else needs it.
No,
So-
I've got a longsword.
No. Pindick, you don't need it, do you?
Nah, I've got a rapier.
Nice.
The longsword would be too heavy for poor little Pindick.
So I'd like
I'm
to
only little.
dash to the blacksmith to sell my longsword on.
yeah. You go to the blacksmith. He ums and ahs and looks over it. He's like, "Offer you 10 gold for the sword. It's got a few dints in it."
Dints gives it character,
Yeah,
but 10 gold would be alright.
It might give it character, but it also means the weapon isn't stable.
He's like, "That's
10
why I'm
gold would be
offering 10 gold and not more."
Nice, right, I'll just get rid of
to,
longsword.
to Pindick, a longsword is like a fucking great sword.
So, as your
Yeah.
shopping concludes and it gets later in the day, all of you start to come to the realization you've been up all night, you've been fighting, you are tired. All of you get 1 point of exhaustion because you did not rest the night previously.
Damn it.
And for those who don't know, that means you have disadvantage on all ability checks until you rest. And in the game, there are certain levels of exhaustion, so if you kept not sleeping, eventually it leads up to death if you don't rest.
That's brutal.
But like each time it gets worse and worse and worse and worse until you die.
He died of not having a nap.
Right, I've got an idea then. We find this boat guy, jump on, have a good rest whilst he sails us down south.
Sounds like
Yeah.
a plan.
I just want to grab some more arrows first.
Oh yeah, so I will also like to buy some more arrows.
Yeah, finding someone who sells arrows is not hard. You can pick up 20 for a gold piece. So you can load up with as much arrows as you think are practical. Like, don't say I want 1,000 arrows, because where are you going to put them?
I want
I
to
guess
be
you've got
like
a bag of holding
Legolas, I want unlimited arrows.
If you've got a bag of holding, you could probably load those up pretty well.
Joe, how many rations did I get from the woman back at the shop?
Yeah, so she only produced 4 rations. Like, she doesn't sell rations. So she just made you, like, little sandwiches and, like, a little sort of I'm going to work kind of luncheon.
Ah, she's like adventurer mum.
Does anyone else need rations? Like, did we have this 4 rations?
I was lucky enough to have mine, so I'm not too bad.
Yeah, I've got 3 days worth.
Well,
And I'm filled up on bacon and mutton and cheese at the minute.
Pindick, you got any rations on?
I've got 4. But I still need to get a backpack, bedroll, and stuff that I.
Yeah, same.
So, find some arrows. That bag of holding idea, Panel, should we like stack up with a load of arrows because we don't know how long we're going to be out for?
That makes sense, but it has got a capacity limit.
£500.
Yeah, you guys fire through arrows like tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm down to 12. I mean, and that's being reserved.
If you want to get a couple extra arrows and throw them in the bag, I'm sure that's okay.
I will grab 20 for myself to put on me now, and then I'll stick another 20 in the bag.
I'm going to grab 20 for myself.
So how much?
2 gold. Yeah, 1 gold for 20. The arrows are cheap.
Okay. I will pay 2 gold. I will put that up to 32, and then the Pindick 20 arrows in the bag for me, please.
Yep, in the bag. Did Panelor want to put some in or not?
Yeah, go on. Stick another 20 in.
Yeah, and
Yep.
And then all we need to do is find you guys backpack and sleeping bag. I'll see if to make one for giant people, but I won't hold my luck.
I'll just find an old Hessian sack, that's enough for me.
A hobo, love it.
Well, if the nice ladies made us like lunch bags, then I mean, once you're done having your lunch, you could just sleep in the bag. Keep you dry.
So
I could just climb into the bag of holding with my head out. Yeah, backpack, like the usual adventure gear.
Yeah, you can find all that stuff for like, I'll say a few gold. Don't get too worked up about it. All the normal adventuring gear you've left behind and lost. Backpack, yeah, probably a gold. Whatever else you need to throw in there.
Handles, disguise kits, all that sort of stuff.
Disguise kits are different. Like that's expensive stuff.
Ooh.
Let's have a look at what disguise kit costs.
Yeah,
you're
don't worry
looking-
about disguise kit, I got a hat now.
Yeah, true. I was gonna say disguise kit's 25 gold.
Yeah, just standard candles, bedroll.
Say that
I'll
costs
take
you another
5
gold.
gold off then.
Yeah. Is there anything anybody else wants to do?
Sorry, how much for the bedrolls? I missed that. I was in my own world there for a minute.
Just say 2 gold. Oh,
2
bedroll
gold.
is 1 gold according to my list of.
And the backpack.
I've been saying gold. I haven't actually looked.
Alright.
Backpack's 2 gold, so you get it at a bargain.
So backpack for 2 gold, bedroll for 1 gold.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Is that shopping done with?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the party's plan now?
We'll go find the ship guy, and then we can have a nice rest on his boat.
Jamal. Okay. Yeah, you head down to the sands. It's like a sandy beach, very close to the docks. All along it are very brightly coloured like shacks, which act as bars. They're just like, someone's built themselves a little shack, painted it, and opened up the side, and they serve like homemade drinks out of it. And there are quite a few like men and women just sort of lounging on the beach, sipping away of like brightly coloured liquid.
Alright guys, let's also keep an eye out for anyone who might look like they're a desert dog, being at before them down at the dock area. Let's just keep our heads down.
That will make us look a bit.
I'm sure they will be around here.
None of them spoke before anyway, so.
So
Was that asking around for Jamal?
Yeah.
Jamal.
So you ask around for Jamal, the captain of the Tobruk, and it's not long until like one of these barmen in these fancy, like brightly coloured shacks points to an elderly gentleman on a lounge chair, black robes, black turban, sort of like long bushy grey beard, who seems to be
Great
sipping
big
away
bushy
at like
beard.
a very orange bright drink, just sort of watching the sun like and the sort of the shore come in.
I like his style. I approach him and are you Jamal?
And he sort of squints up and is like, I am Jamal. What do you want?
We've been told that you're a very good, reliable ship captain, and we're hoping that we could hire your services.
He strokes his beard. I do not run some transport ship. That would be most unusual. Where do you want to go?
We need to head south towards the Gandula Heights range. Any port that the closest port that you can get us to there.
He smiles and like stands up. Haha, that is why you come for Jamal. You want to go south. Ah, I see. I am the only one who regularly goes south. Though I do not travel to the Gandula Heights, I may be able to drop you off for some gold.
No,
How much?
and
How much you got?
Oh, no. Don't work like that, does it?
It doesn't work like that. You tell us the destination, as is the fare, and the price, and we will pay.
Roll me persuasion, Hammerhead, just to see how he feels about you guys.
Please be persuasive. Not super
Strokes
persuasive.
his beard. You look like interesting gentlemen. You gonna bring trouble onto my ship?
Never. Don't know what you're about.
Not personally.
Are you clean?
How,
I mean, we could do with a rest.
50 gold each, and I'll get you as close to those mountains as I can.
okay, I think that's reasonable. What you say?
I just walk. I say, yeah, go for it. I'll pay for it.
What, all of it?
It's only fair.
I feel like I asked for too little now.
Too late.
I've already got my receipt.
Be mindful, I run no pleasure vessel. You're gonna have to sleep in the cargo hold. Make yourselves comfortable.
That's
fine by
fine.
When do we leave?
Me and my crew plan to sail first light tomorrow.
First light. Yes, that sounds good. And your vessel name is?
The Tobruk.
The Tobruk. Okay, no.
We're the
Well,
only whaling vessel in the port. It should not be hard to find us.
Okay, we'll come find you first light.
Alright. See you in the morning then, I guess. Have you paid? You paid him up front, right?
Yeah.
Good to know.
What, did we?
Ooh,
I haven't paid him yet.
Did we?
I think you already did, didn't you?
No, I
Panel
never
did,
paid.
didn't he?
I said I'd cover the cost, but I didn't pay any.
You haven't handed it over now, have you?
No.
What I'll do is I'll use some of the silver that I've got. I'll buy him a drink as a goodwill gesture. What can I get you, fine fella?
And just sort of holds up a drink. Another one of these. That'd be lovely.
How much? I'll ask the bartender how much for it and buy the man. Bartender?
What was that? Sorry.
How much is it?
A drink, 1 silver.
1 silver. Yeah. I hand him a silver.
It's a drink called punch. And that's all
Oh,
it's called.
tasty.
It sounds so good. I'm going to buy myself one.
Right.
2 gold.
The barman warns you it's a local delicacy.
That's fine. I'm a fan of food and drink and culture.
You've got yourself a glass of punch, and as you sniff it, it is very alcoholic. It's sort of a 50-50 mix between sort of like the leftovers of like the juices that are used in the town and the cheapest of homemade like spirits.
Sounds delightful.
I suppose we best go and find a place to sleep.
But
Can we find a tavern or something near the docks
there was
where we
that.
can sleep? And then
There was that inn that we met Fiverr in. That might have somewhere to sleep.
The Harpy.
Yeah.
That definitely had like a meeting room, so probably unusual for any boy around here to have more than.
And Hammerhead's gonna go and find a brothel.
That's a fair shout.
Don't spend all your gold.
Look, Hammerhead turns up to the brothel. He doesn't spend the gold. It's just a pleasure to have Hammerhead turn up. I'm gonna guess Joe probably hasn't written in a brothel for Hammerhead though, so it's gonna be very saddening. Do I find a brothel?
Try me.
Joe, have you got a nice brothel for the captain?
Roll perception as you go looking for a brothel.
Please have good eyes. Please have good eyes.
You stumble around town halfway through your punch as it starts to give you a little afternoon buzz. You ask a few locals and they point you in the way of the Velvet Kiss.
Ooh, I like it where this is going. I make my way to the Velvet Kiss.
Are you going on your own or are other people going with you?
I'm gonna go with him, just to see what it's like. Just like not what it's like. I mean,
now Rick,
what kind?
As a fact-finding mission, I'm going to come along. Yeah.
Rignar, if you want to know what it's like, I mean, we've got a long time on this boat.
God almighty.
I'm sorry, just not my type. I'm sorry.
We'll have to ask Palinar and Pindic to leave us below deck for a moment.
How about no?
You know you want to, Rignar.
Right, you can feel my battle axe.
And you will feel my mighty warhammer, and it's not the one that I use two-handed.
Right, yeah, I'll go with him. I'll go with him.
What are the other two doing before we roleplay this?
just finding somewhere to rest, I think. Finding the inn for us.
Yeah, so as you two head to the Harpy and speak to the woman behind the bar, she's like, yeah, rooms are available. They're only 2 gold a night. You know, she's kind of implies they're not much, but they are dry, comfortable-ish.
I'm gonna go with Dick and like just go and start getting resting up and attuning to the gloves.
Captain
The other
Hammerhead,
two.
there's one thing that's
Yeah.
not going to be dry. Gonna make
You
the
make-
room moist.
You make your way over to where you've been pointed to, the Velvet Kiss. You come to a large sort of stone building with just one entranceway. And in front of the entranceway is a large, muscular black man holding a 2-handed scimitar.
Okay, Michael.
This is your idea, Hammerhead. You speak to him. You know what to say.
It's just like well, is there a nice big sign with the Velvet Kiss on it?
There is a sign above it that says say the Velvet Kiss.
It's like, may we enter? Is there like an entry fee?
The man looks you up and down. And Hammerhead, this is the first person you met in a long time who's almost the same height as you.
Oh yeah, he understands the power of being 7 foot. How tall's he?
Well, how tall are you? Like 7 foot, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm 7 foot exactly.
Yeah, he's like, must be 6'8", 6'9".
Yes, I'm taller.
Well, you're like on the dangly, oh look, he's a freak. He's more on the I'm a basketball player who works out kind of level. But
Look, Captain Hammerhead is very fucking powerful and muscular.
Yeah, freak.
Those have satellite dish ears. There's no way. There's no need to be mean and discriminate.
he looks up down. He's there is a fee. Depends what you're looking for. What floor in this fine establishment you're wishing to access.
I'm looking for some fine ladies.
Fine ladies we have. You want Harmony Falls, top floor.
How many
100
falls?
gold per person.
I'm out.
100 gold. Bargain, mate. Bargain.
I'm going off to find Pindick.
Before you step away, Fine Dwarf, we offer a fine experience. Unlimited drinks, warm heated pools fed by 3 beautiful waterfalls. Your own personal servant. Clothing is completely optional.
Which will be off. Rignar, are you sure you want to leave?
I'm going. I'm done. I am not wasting all my gold here. I am going to see Pindick, Panlor, and I'm going to get some sleep.
I'm going to get some sleep, and I'm going to sleep well, just after I do a few things.
Right, Joe, I'm venturing back to
That's fine.
Harpy. Yeah, I am not spending 100 gold.
Time to settle
When it's
in.
Hammerhead, when it's on your own, I'm not going to roleplay it, but I will have you roll me
An athletics check. Oh.
a Constitution saving throw, a Perception check, and a Strength saving throw.
Oh my god. What are you doing? What the hell?
Oh. But we go to
So
the top
Constitution
floor.
saving throw first.
Bang in.
Okay. Perception check.
I'm just back to
Oh, you're a dunner. You're a gunner.
And a Strength
his
saving
name?
throw.
at a strength saving throw.
Yep.
Boom!
Okay. So,
I'll be right back, guys. I'm just going to have to nip to the toilet.
that's fine, man. I was going to say we're going to have a break in a minute.
Alright, I'll hold out. I'll listen to this then.
Okay. So, you drink to your heart's content, Hammerhead. You have a great time. Unlimited drinks, and you take full advantage. You do get seriously drunk, but not to the point you black out and don't remember what happens. Throughout your experience, there are many beautiful, exotic women of many different races here, as well as men, if you should partake.
Sure, why not?
This is a beautiful, like, floor in this place. It's like all sort of like bars built into the pools, sort of pools feeding pools, all the steam. It's like you're being like a tropical, like forest almost, with all the indoor plants that are here. And you are well and truly seen to, and you make a great impression on everyone that you meet here with your prowess in the fine arts that they practice here.
I feel like we need some like sexy music on.
Anyone can play music anytime they want. Like, I'm not the king of the music.
But you're the DM, and apparently
Yeah,
the upstairs dungeon master as well.
Okay. So as you come out, feeling thoroughly refreshed, having such a great time, you now get the benefits until the next short or long rest of the Beacon of Hope spell.
The Beacon of Hope spell.
Yeah.
Can you tell
So
me more?
until your next long rest or short rest, you have advantage on Wisdom saving throws and Dexterity saving throws, and regain maximum number of hit points possible for any healing that is done to you.
Rignar, you missed out.
And as you come out feeling so great, like, oh, you've had the best time, you notice all your money is gone.
Ah,
You were saying?
good, worth it, worth it.
I don't know how much money you had, but it's all gone.
I did have a fair pool. Now I am at 0. Worth
How
it.
much did you have?
I had like 360 gold and like 370 silver. Worth it. Now the question is, do I go back and start smashing shit up with my hammer? Because I got robbed. No, I'm drunk. I can't.
So Hammerhead comes stumbling back into the Harpy. I don't. You might be all relaxing in your rooms or having like a quiet drink. The day is pushing on. Is there anything anybody wants to do for the rest of their day, night, evening?
How long was Hammerhead gone for?
I don't know. How long did Hammerhead partake?
20 minutes.
5 minutes.
Cats and Hammerhead partakes for a very long time.
Oh, that's 7 minutes then.
Hey!
Seriously, I'll do 6.
For me to get seriously drunk, being a 7-foot behemoth, I must have been there for a good few hours.
Depends what you drink, doesn't it?
I'm just going to say to Hammerhead, you have a good time.
Yeah. So Hammerhead stumbles back into the Harpy, I'd say as the sun is setting, and that's when we'll take a break. Carry on.
Sweet.
In a bit. 10 minutes?
Yeah, sounds like a plan to me.
Alright.
That's good.
Yes.
I can't believe I got robbed. The first brothel I get to go to, and I get robbed. Right. We'll be back in a bit, guys. Quick, 10-minute break, but I'll see you in a minute.
I'm back.
Hey. Hello.
Uh,
Hey, girl.
hey Tim.
You winning? Have you been to work yet?
I went on some GMAT last week. Last week, week before.
You went on to
Yeah,
Gmail.
javelin firings and stuff.
Oh, right.
GMAT.
So, GMAT.
Javelin firings and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was alright. One of them failed, so we had to dem it.
Oh, no. That sucks.
Yeah,
It sucks, but
it just flopped out of the.
we didn't send that. Honest, we didn't.
Well, the in-laws, one of them I'd inspected, which was quite nice to see. I mean, it had a broken strap on it, so obviously I didn't inspect it properly.
Well, I guess you don't know who at that time. You couldn't blame anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably just one of the ones that had a broken seal, so we just sealed it and marked it without actually opening it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, pretty good.
Happy days.
In-laws, 66s, and then javelin. Yeah.
That's it. That's all you've done this year.
Yeah, it's been a very productive year.
You know, you've literally worked what? I'm guessing that was a week worth of fear.
Well, 3 days.
3 days.
Well, I did a safe to move as well in that week. So yeah, so I've probably done about 7 days worth of work so far.
So out of maybe 10 weeks so far this year, you've worked 3 days.
Well, it's about a week. I've had like
About-
paperwork and stuff to do too, so
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Any sign that you moving back down to us? Maybe in
not,
2 years' time.
I might be on course in April, so I may be down in April. So you might see me around then, but yeah, Probably won't be moving.
Yeah, fair enough. Gil, you ever paid for a Windows key from
Make it rain. I have actually been there.
So,
What, you were the one making it rain?
$3 in a strip club.
Oh, fuck it out.
so at some point in the sort of early evening, just as the sun sets, Hammerhead staggers back into the Harpy, where you all are. I don't know if you're in your personal rooms or you're just sort of chilling out in the bar area. It's a pretty run-down bar, but it's high-end in Bardi standards.
Yeah, I'm just having a pint of
Yeah.
in the bar.
Yeah, probably having a pint and trying to attune to these new items I got.
Same.
Okay, so you all relax with a beer. Hammerhead, you are pretty damn drunk at this point.
I'm attuning to getting my legs to work in the right direction.
Is there anything? So some of you are tuning to items. Is there anything else you want to do this evening?
I think just rest up ready for the next day, innit?
Yeah, I think so. There's nothing springing to mind for me.
Those the four of you are sat in like a small booth on the side of the bar. Someone sits in the booth with you. Just slides in.
Oh god, did
And
it bring back someone from the brothel?
You all look, and this is a white-skinned, white-haired elf. And you all instantly recognize this one from the dream you had 2 nights before. The exact one who was leading the horde of creatures across the deserts on a chariot. No blood all over the face, all cleaned up. No piercing red eyes, just in common casual clothes. And just smiles at you.
Can we help you?
Yes, maybe you can. I've been led to believe you've come across an artifact in Copperdeep Mine. One which I'd be willing to take off your hands for a good price.
Yeah, just ignore the drunken over there.
The girls, Rick, not the girls.
Can I just hit him to try and shut him up?
You can slap him, or whatever you want to do. You can do anything you want. However he
I'll
reacts.
just
to this.
slap him really hard and see if that like either sober him up. And if it doesn't sober him up, I'm just gonna shove his head into the table to knock him out.
I offer enough money to keep that one drunken in women for a very long time.
Hammerhead starts to sober up.
I just
I'm not sure what item you mean. Can you describe it?
Some old, dusty heirloom. A piece of pottery, I believe. I'm a collector of such things. Just wish to add it to my collection.
I don't trust you. Just wanted to say that.
Just for feelers. Just putting a feeler out there.
He just gives you a side eye. Rignar like, I don't care what you think. Can we make a deal?
You seem like a shifty drug dealer on the corner. I'm gonna say it's a no.
Why would you not? Surely, gentlemen, and he looks you all up and down, such as yourselves have no need for such an old thing.
Maybe we don't have it. We don't know what you're on about.
If you're going to play dumb, you should do that at the beginning. Not in the middle.
Hey, look, I'm drunk.
Congratulations.
I don't know.
Where are you from, friend?
He's not my friend.
Oh. Far away.
I bet he doesn't have.
I've travelled quite far. I might know where it is.
I hail from Amonthor. And I will be travelling back there soon. We can make a deal. That'd be rad. Don't be tricky like your dwarven friends. They were stubborn.
Well, we may consider your offer. Where in Amon 4 could we find you? Maybe we could bring it to you there. If we find it.
Yeah, I'm looking on my map, but I'm too drunk to see.
I like how you just pulled out a big map. Where's that?
I'm just like on the map. Can't see it.
I literally now just go up to the bar, grab him another beer, and just shove it in his face and go, just drink that for the love of fucking God.
Yummy.
This
Shut up.
pale elf looks at you. I know you have it. There's no need to deliver it. This is a one-time offer. 5,000 gold pieces.
How much?
5,000 gold pieces.
Oh, that's
I just stare at Hammerhead.
It's not
With
over
the-
9,000. It's not good enough. It's not over 9,000.
Be smart here.
I'm gonna turn to Pindick and Panelo and say, look, I don't trust this guy. I don't think we should sell it to him.
5,000 isn't really a lot, friend. How about we consider it and we go and meet you in Amon Thor at some point and we'll hash out a proper deal.
He leans forwards. You know, your dwarven friends, they were tough. Full of gristle first. With the correct tenderizing, became most soft and appetizing to my. And he smiles, and as he smiles, you see that his teeth have been filed all into points, like little daggers. You will regret turning down this offer.
We regret nothing.
As he stands up and just leans on the table for an awkwardly long time, looking at you in the face, and then slowly walks out of the bar.
Oh, I'm so tempted to throw a hand axe at his back.
I was tempted to give him a dental appointment. But I'll probably miss right now. In the morning, I'll be ready to send him to the dentist. Blah, 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 blah.
Might not be safe if we stayed here tonight.
Well, unfortunately, we haven't really got many other places to go.
Still haven't had a long rest. We need to rest.
Yes, but he knows where we are.
Well,
I expect he'll know where we are if we go somewhere else here.
He was in our dreams. Come on, man. He knows
It's my
everything.
dreams!
He knows everything.
Does he know what happened to me at the brothel?
Yeah, he's probably the one that stole your money.
Son of a bitch! He was trying to buy my own money back to me.
Maybe we should share a room tonight and leave early.
Ooh, Pindick.
For protection. You're coming nowhere near me, you filthy dog.
I agree with
Go
Pindit.
where the hammer will go.
What about if we just tie him to the bed and then we can all rest easy knowing that he
Even
isn't going
better.
to
That sounds exciting.
Yes, but if we get attacked, we might need him. And someone's got to fucking get him untied if we need him.
Captain Hammerhead is no amateur when it comes to the ropes.
I agree with Pindick, and I think we should share a room.
Ooh.
Shut up, Hammerhead.
I know Panlor is definitely gagging for it. He's a bit uptight. He needs to loosen up a bit.
You're not loosened up enough in the last few hours.
Look,
Just need some sleep. Need these hit points back.
I'm at max. I'm all good. See, going to the brothel works out sometimes.
And you can stay up all night then.
Yeah. Well, I have this spell thing benefit until I take a rest.
And we're about to take a rest.
Yeah, you stay guard, Captain Hammerhead.
Leaving the guy who's drunk on guard. Sweet. This is gonna go well. Yeah,
Alright, so he's guarding from that pale elf. Who's guarding from him?
I suppose I should.
Yeah.
The pale elf will be in trouble if he comes through a drunk Captain Hammerhead. Like, he's not gonna get into a fight. He's just gonna get fucked.
He's gonna get raped.
Just I'll keep a watch out for him. Don't worry, guys.
I think it's
Yeah,
agreed
we
then.
could probably all take it turns.
Yeah.
Is this in on the outskirts of town?
No, it's fairly close to the docks, like nearly in the centre.
Okay, sweet.
It's a busy part of
Yeah.
town. Like a lot of nightlife. Like as you're all having this discussion after the Pale Elves left, the city's starting to waken up. Like there's a lot of like drinking, revelry going on. Music has started playing up in most of the bars and places around town.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to the room and get some sleep because I need to rest.
Same here.
Jamal didn't mean today, did he? He meant tomorrow.
Tomorrow morning.
Sweet. Yeah, up to the room to rest then and take it in turns. Watching.
Blah blah blah.
You all go to your room early to rest. Who is keeping watch first?
The Hammeister General.
Mr. General. All right. What are you doing as everyone gets in? Well, there's only like one bed here. Seem two people on the
I'm
floor.
getting my what is it? Bedroll out.
Oh,
Your brand new bedroll.
Yeah, my
I
brand
will
new
climb into my
bedroll.
backpack.
I thought you said a brand new bread roll. Yes, I'm gonna get in my bread. I'll just be doing Hammerhead things, I suppose.
I'll just sit down in the
Spanking the monkey then.
Jerking the gurk. Oh, in the corner. Do we need like a Constitution save for that?
And make sure you don't snap it off.
First roll stealth.
Danger wank.
But why would Captain Hammerhead isn't shy about these sorts of things? He doesn't need to stealth roll.
Alright, then you keep everyone awake.
If you don't
Okay.
get that red, I'm gonna chop it off.
shoot you from that dick.
There you go. I'm doing it fairly quietly in the corner.
Fairly quietly. Only Panelor notices. I think his passive perception's good enough, actually. Just double check. No, he doesn't. He doesn't notice. He's got 14. I apologise. Panelor does not know.
I was going to say I would have shot him as well.
Actually, no. Roll a disadvantage because you're exhausted. Ah. And
Doesn't he have that spell?
Ooh. Yeah, but that's saving throws wisdom saving throws and
Okay.
dex saving throws and hit points. So you got disadvantage on your stealth because you're exhausted.
Oh, what?
You best roll good, otherwise you're getting chopped off.
Let's go!
Boom.
Yeah,
We all
I
know.
think you all know. So Captain Hammerhead's in the corner, not being quiet about anything when he should be on watch.
I immediately should go right.
I just start playing a little lullaby on my flute, nice and quiet, just to cover up his noise.
Try to go to sleep. I throw a bedpan at him.
After a couple of hours, nothing happens. Hammerhead, your watch is concluded. As much watching as you really actually did.
Look, I was using all three of my eyes.
Who's up next?
I'll take it.
Okay. And you get up. I don't know what you do. You probably sit in a chair watching the door.
You don't want to sit in that chair.
You sick fuck.
I'll make you wipe the chair before I sit on it.
I'm already asleep. It's all good.
You doing anything, Panel, on your watch, or just sitting there waiting?
I think in the time that Hammerhead was away, I was hoping that I would have attuned to my gloves of climbing.
Yeah, you would have done that in the bar or wherever. Like, you
So-
just need a quiet hour.
Really, I want to stay sort of focused on the door, but I want to like listen out mainly for anything.
The town is loud. Like, you're all sort of in that midnight sort of phase of the drunkenness downstairs, outside, all throughout the city. But your corridor is quiet. Room is fairly quiet, with a little bit of snoring probably happening. But your watch goes past. No incident.
Who's next?
I'll go next.
I go over and gently wake you up.
Cheers. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm just going to stand guard. I'm not sitting in that chair. That's disgusting. I know he hasn't wiped it down. I'm going to sit at the end of the bed, though, staring at the door.
Okay.
Just listening out.
Alright, roll perception.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. The city is starting to quieten down over your watch.
Yeah.
You don't notice anything, and nothing seems to happen over your 2 hours. All seems safe.
Okay.
Last one.
Yep.
Pinned it. Is there anything you wish to do in your 2 hours?
No, just keep an eye and an ear out.
Go for it. Roll if you wish, or use your passive.
Yeah.
Ooh, good ears. The first part of your watch, quiet. But towards the end, as you all complete a long rest, so generous, aren't you? You hear screams coming from outside this tavern.
Squeaks.
Screams. The sound of a woman screaming. And then as you stand up and listen more, you hear the clash of steel.
I'll wake everybody up.
I
And
wake up and grab
Tell them
everything.
what I hear.
I'm
Tim
idiot.
just wants it on record that he grabs everything. I go to grab everything and realise I no longer have a coin purse. I'm like, what? What happened to normal gold?
Yep. And I guess grab up all our stuff and get ready to head out to the docks. Is there a window that can see out to the street?
There is a window. The light is just shining as it's dawn. As you stare out and look down into the sort of alleyway at the front, because your room's at the front of the inn, you see a hyena like digging in to a dead man, human, just ripping chunks off him.
Oh, I bet you it's that guy from the desert. The guy that got away, the knoll that got away.
No shit, Sherlock.
Panelor,
So we didn't get a good night's sleep.
Well, it's mingy little bitch during most of the day, but is it extra mingy in the morning?
Still didn't get a good night's sleep.
He's too busy using those gloves to swim through the semen.
You'd be lucky that next time you do that, I will cut your fucking dick off.
Well, I think this
So as
hyena
you
might be
are
a
arguing about this, you hear out in the streets like the screams and shouts of citizens, like villagers, townsmen under attack. You hear the noise of fighting, and as you look out the window, you see like fires like starting throughout the city or large
I
town.
suppose we better go out and save the day. Or
Yep,
run away.
I charge out of the building, out of the room, down the corridor, out through the fucking bar, and out into the street.
I'm
what's everyone
following
else
behind.
Yeah, I think we all go out.
Okay, and as you all rush out, I need you all to roll initiative as you charge out into the street.
Oh, this looks amazing.
Didn't even
I
get
did
a
not
chance
make
to
this.
have Didn't even have a chance to have fucking breakfast. Now I'm angry.
No breakfast.
Seconds, 30s.
Ah, that was first breakfast. What about second breakfast?
The initiative's always terrible.
Oh wow, is that everyone rolled? No, I'm missing one. Who am I missing? Hammerhead.
Oh, I rolled one. I got an 8.
Must not
You
select
rolled
it.
too early
Yeah,
again.
he didn't select his portrait.
That's fine. That's fine. Oh, you all rolled terribly, didn't you? As you rush out onto the streets, you see in the square lots of these skeleton gnolls attacking. Well, carrying a dead, like townsman. You see like a number of carts with bodies thrown on them, and this hyena right in front of you tucking in. On top of the buildings, you see a number of gnolls who all seem to notice you charge out. This one here moves to the side, brings up a longbow, and fires down on Pindic.
No!
Probably hits.
thing.
You know what? He does hit. I'm shocked and surprised. Pindic, you take 4 points of piercing damage.
Pindic, we need to get you some armor, man.
I don't think this gnoll can get
Index,
a
start
shot.
standing underneath Hammerhead of someone.
An
There'll be
arrogant,
a backpack on him.
You
You can Yoda me.
so an arrow comes flying at you, Rignar, from across the ways. This one shoots at you in the bottom sort of right for a 23, I'm afraid.
Yeah, sure.
You're not expecting a shot from behind as you get hit for 7 damage.
Cool.
Rignar, you're the only one they can see. I did put you at the front because I thought you were the tankiest. As 2 more arrows come flying at you, Rignar. A 12 that misses, and a 13 that misses.
Sweet.
The bone ones see you charging out. You weren't quiet about it. You were like raring for a fight. They all turn and start running at you.
Son of a bitch. It's all standing in a nice neat row.
Well, and then one brings up a
good.
club and tries to slam Rignar on the head. Ooh, for a 19.
Oh, you lucky bastard.
For 3 points of damage. Rignar, you're up.
I'm rage. Instant.
I didn't get my breakfast!
I've had enough of this already.
It was continental!
So this guy, I am gonna hit him with my battle axe.
For it. You swing at this. Oh, you and instantly cut this one in half, and it just clatters into bones.
We've had enough of this already.
And my axe.
I believe I've got some movement.
I believe you do have some movement too.
Yeah, I'm just going to charge straight into the next guy. Over this bone.
Yeah. Just stand on the bones.
It's me, done.
Alright. Panelor.
I'm going to shout to Panelor and say, get to the roof.
I was just about to say, Panelor, rooftop.
So Panelor, you go darting up the steps. And as you get to the top of the steps, you see like two sort of townsmen sort of cowering in fear on top of this roof. Don't he's muted himself, I can't hear anything he's saying.
I'm gonna. So Dory's up there. So I'm either getting instructed. You two, if you fight, fight. If not, get the hell out of here. And then I'm going to turn with my aim my longbow at this one here and get some revenge with Pindic
Go for it.
with Dread Ambush.
First shot is a miss. Shooting at this close range is like weird for you probably. Like you're literally shooting over a 5-foot gap.
Yeah. And then second one.
Bring him down.
That does connect. You do serious damage to it. The creature looks hurt.
Right. There. And now I'm just going to. That's it.
Hammerhead.
Alright, let's get this party started. So that's 10 foot. Gonna move up there. This hyena, I'm assuming that it is.
It is a hyena.
It is going to get a nice one-handed longsword because I'm using the shield, so I have my higher AC.
Stabby stabby. Yeah, the first one you cut into it because you only attack once, don't you? Anyway.
Oh yeah. I didn't realise it went through.
But yeah, you cut into this hyena and it just drops from your swing.
Sweet. And then I will move next to that bowman, and that will end my turn.
Okay, a hyena barks and just charging you.
Oh, there's another one.
Yeah.
Bring your pretty face to my longsword.
Pindic, it's your turn. The creature uses action to dash. Get up.
I shall move up to here, and I will do a blast on my new Pipes of Haunting.
What does it have to do?
Love it.
I will click it onto here. Where's the clicky thing gone? The clicky thing's not on here. Okay, each creature within 30 feet of me that hears me play must succeed a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened of me for a minute. If I wish, all creatures that aren't hostile can automatically succeed.
Oh, that's nice.
So that will be him, and him. We'll need a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
So 1, 2,
Damn.
3, 4, 5. Is that 6 creatures? No.
Yep.
5.
Yeah, not that one.
Alright. And they're all frightened of you now, are they?
Yes. Doesn't say they will run away, but they're at least all frightened.
Yeah, so frightened means they can't get any closer to you, and they think they have disadvantage on any attacks as long as they can see you. But look.
How
long does it last?
Something like that, yeah.
Terrified of a 3-foot gnome.
A frightened creature has disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of fear is in its line of sight. The creature can't willingly move any closer to the source of its fear.
Sweet. Yeah. Awesome.
And then,
Try and come at me and
That gives us time to clear out these guys.
alright, end of each of its turn it gets to go again. So yeah, everything failed. Everything failed.
Awesome.
Okay. Oh.
It gets 3 charges, so I'll put it on as a resource.
And yeah, Panelor, you shout at these civilians and they're like, okay, we run. And they run off the map. Just, "Uah!"
afterwards.
Alright. This one up here, he is scared. He can see Pindick. He's going to shoot. Oh, he's going to rush. Oh, he can't move any closer to Panelor. He's going to shoot at Panelor at disadvantage because he's scared and he's trembling. For a 12.
Yes.
Okay. Hammerhead, you get 3 arrows come flying at you.
Okay.
All 3 miss. None of them roll above a 7.
Sweet.
Absolutely easy. Alright. This one here, he's frightened. He's going to frighteningly swing at Pindick, I think. He misses Pindick.
Sweet.
These guys can't move any closer. They don't understand what's really going on. They're just going to stand there. Oh, this is going to dash it. And then you see on the far side of the courtyard another skeleton move up, creeping towards a woman, and he's going to swing at her. Crits on her.
No.
She looks bad, but she's alive. Rignar,
Save them.
you're up.
Yeah. Closest one to me, battle axe. There we
Go for it. Again, you're just cutting through these things. It just clatters into bone.
Yes, good.
Keep it going, Ragnar.
And I move straight up against the next.
So you done?
That's me done.
Panelor, you're up.
So I'm immediately going to take aim, punch and smart the one behind us, and go to take him out.
Go for it. Bumble, roll me a D100.
No!
We did so well up to this point.
He falls off the building.
Wouldn't we love that?
Oh, you would say that.
I need a wisdom saving throw from you as you start to suffer a panic attack.
Again.
You manage to calm yourself down and control your breathing.
In through
Point
the
for one
nose,
of
out
my
through the mouth.
ones.
In through the nose, out through the mouth.
Hammerhead, you've got a frightened hyena and a bone guy next to you.
Rignar seems to be doing a pretty dandy job with the bone guys, so I'm going to slice the hyena in front of me.
Do it.
Longsword, one-handed.
Yeah, you cut down that hyena as well.
Still only counts as one.
And then
It was one.
I'm gonna move up to there. Ready for my wonderful next move. Rignar, don't get too close to me.
Okay.
All my hyenas are dead, so I'm going to delete those. Pindick.
I shall step up one and then cast Vicious Mockery on this guy.
Wisdom saving throw, right?
Yep,
failed.
DC 13. Sweet. 1d4. 2 damage.
Advantage on his next attack. Is that you done, Pindick?
Yep, that's me.
Right. All of you see as more of these creatures, these gnolls, come into the courtyard. The one next to you, Panelor, is going to shoot his longbow. Oh, it wasn't safe at the end. He misses. This one over here, he's got disadvantage. He's going to shoot at Rignar. Misses. 2 shots at you, Hammerhead, as you're the one out in the courtyard. A 23 and a 12.
23 hits.
Helps if I actually roll the thing. You take 3 points of damage. That is them done. Bone guys have got 2 next to Hammerhead. They're going to swing at you. Disadvantage because they're frightened. They miss. They miss. One's going to swing at Pindick. Oh, he hits with a 19.
Yep.
Pindick, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage from his club. Rignar, you're up.
I think we all know what's going to happen.
You're gonna cut this guy's head off.
Just in case, I'm going to reckless attack this guy next to me as well.
Go for it.
Yeah!
Stop
Wow.
one shot
Not
killing them!
Jesus Christ!
Come at me, bro!
It just clatters him into the fountain.
Running out of skeleton mobs.
Okay. How'd you get up there? Okay. Which direction is it towards the port?
It's south. So
South.
the quickest
Okay.
way is going down this
Yeah.
road.
Okay.
We need to save that other civilian before we go.
Do we know? Yeah, okay.
Come on, we can take him. Look, we're rested this time, so we can easily do this.
You done, Rignar?
Yeah, that's me done.
Panel, you're up.
Right, let's try that again, shall we?
Yeah.
Please hit.
Why don't you run over the ladder and just slice him?
Yeah, you hit it, and this creature's looking bad. It's barely standing. It's bleeding heavily as you put another arrow into it.
And then I'm going to move the.
Oh, I got wisdom saving throws, didn't they? He's no longer frightened. You done here?
Yep.
Hammerhead.
Right. I am going to do my thunderclap.
Constitution saving throw from the two dead things. One passes, one fails.
Okay, so then I roll 1d6.
Yep.
Boom!
Oh, nice. Yeah, the one straight in front of you takes 6 points of damage. The other one doesn't because it's saved. What else are you doing? Was that you done?
And then
You're still able to attack after doing the thunderclap.
No, you see it says casting time 1 action.
Oh,
So
right,
he's
okay,
used
yeah.
his action instead of attacking.
I could use action surge, and I'm going to. So
Do it.
I'm gonna use an action surge. Which one was affected? That one.
The one right in
so,
front of you.
so the one below. I'm gonna hit the one below me with my longsword.
That connects. It stands, but you do serious damage to it.
Sweet, and that's me done.
Pindick, you're surrounded by dead things.
Do
He
love
sees
me some dead
people.
things. I shall move down to here.
Rignar, you can now get close to me because I just didn't want you to be close for thunderclap. I learned from this time.
And what was the range on that? 60. Yeah. I'll cast Vicious Mockery on the
Same one.
guy attacking the gal.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, that
It fails as wisdom saving.
it's
throw.
60 feet. Sweet. And 1d4. Boom.
Boom. Chipping away at it.
Yep.
Don't know how it gets psychic damage, but sure.
Magic.
So you done.
Yeah, that's me.
Alright. The one next to Panelor is going to charge across the ladder. And attempt to stab you with its spear.
Should've
Oh,
kicked
it
that
rolls
ladder down.
A great 6. Does that
Great
hit?
miss.
Alright. 2, charge into the courtyard. Longbows at the ready and just loose at Hammerhead. 1 misses, but 1 crits. Take a whopping 13 points of piercing damage.
Ooh. Okay,
Arrow
yeah,
clashes into you.
That does actually hurt.
Alright. 2 more shots come at Rignar.
Come at me, bro.
17. 17 and a 7.
No. I'm using that shield to the best of my advantage.
And then
His
one
new
last
shield
arrow.
saves him.
Comes at Pindick. For a great 7.
Ah, finally misses.
Good job, Pindy. You did it.
The two next to Hammerhead, they're frightened, so swing disadvantage for a 12.
Miss.
And the other one rolls a 4, so that misses. The one attacking the woman hits.
And she's now decapitated.
No, she's still standing, but she looks awful as she tries to like push it away, but she's too weak now. Rignar.
Did she not kick it?
Okay. I'm gonna give up on the woman trying to save her, and I'm gonna charge up to the two skeletons that are engaging Hammerhead
Do it.
because I think Hammerhead's quite a bit of damage now.
I'm still reasonable.
So this guy here, I'm gonna
Yeah, he'll get obliterated.
yeah, I'm just gonna battle axe him. Still raging, but I'm not reckless attacking.
Alright. Yeah, you obliterate him.
Yeah.
We're cleaning the shop here. Huh?
That's me done.
Alright. Hello.
I'm gonna turn around, take both my short swords out, and if I hit, I will do an ensnaring snare on the one behind me.
Ensnaring snare.
Ensnaring snare.
Oh, strike. So,
The snare's very ensnaring.
Well, you hit and you kill it. So I assume it's not ensnared.
Ensnare instead. Just make sure it's there.
And as you strike it down,
It becomes more
Rignar.
powerful than you can possibly imagine.
the skeleton one just swings at you as a reaction as it sees its comrade fall. And it misses with a 10.
That's nice.
It doesn't
Stupid
become as
ability.
powerful as it could be imagine.
You don't
my
bring it?
bonus action, I'll use to move my hunter's mark onto.
What one? Oh yeah, you have to really zoom out to see it. Done.
And then I'll stay where I am.
Hammerhead.
Guy in front of me and Rignar, he's gonna get longsworded.
This creature's barely holding it together.
And then I'm just going to top up my hit points with second wind. So I roll 1d10 plus my fighter level, so that's 1d10 plus 4.
Nice.
So that's 4 plus 14.
Pindick.
I'm looking nice and healthy again.
I shall move down to here, and then I'll cast Bane, this guy, and this guy.
Okay, it's wisdom saves again, is it?
Charisma for these.
Charisma. Whoa. What's your DC?
I'll click it in. Is that going to click it in? Not on there. 13, sorry.
Alright, well that one fails, the other one saves. So Bane is like a minus D4 to everything pretty much, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. The one you've been harassing is now Bane by it. Alright, the creatures. Ooh. What are they going to do? The two in the courtyard are going to charge towards you two. Spears at the ready. One spear comes towards you, Hammerhead, for a 15.
Miss.
And another spear comes towards you, Ragnar, for a 9. Be
Miss.
scared.
I liking this new shield.
Another one comes charging into the courtyard, fine. Brings up a longbow.
He has a very long plank of 2x4.
And looses an arrow towards Rignar across the fountain. For a 15.
15.
Yeah.
That's a miss.
One on the roof. Let's loose at Hammerhead. For a 19.
That would hit.
You take 5 points of piercing damage. And then 2 arrows come at Pindick. One from the non-baned one. For a 9. And the one at the baned one. It rolls a 19. Minus 4. Or D4. Rolls
Still
a 17.
Still hits.
Alright, you take 8 points of piercing damage.
I tried.
You're
One
okay,
skelly boy left.
Pindick?
Sorry?
Obliterate him, Rignar.
That's not me yet.
Skelly Boy is going to go after Rignar at disadvantage because she's frightened. 15. He rolled a crit and then a 15.
No.
Alright. Oh, he gets a wisdom saving throw. He's no longer frightened, but I don't think it's going to matter.
No, it's not.
Rignar, you're up.
Rignar's going to free him of his terrifying
No.
state.
Oh no!
No!
Oh,
Why?
Pindick, don't forget to
Yep.
do a Constitution saving throw from being shot at.
Okay, yeah.
To maintain Jane.
Saving throw.
So 10 or above, no, you got to hit.
Clicked it. There we go.
Ooh.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
No longer
Yeah,
Bane.
Bane no
And
more.
D100, please, as you, Rignar, swing at the Skelly Bob. Ooh, I like high ones. They're always better.
Ah! No.
Don't chop
All
off
right,
the
you-
down
Be
leg.
gentle.
Rignar, in your swing, you make a devastating error. Your enemy gets to make one free melee attack against you in retaliation.
Thank God it wasn't that you're going to give Captain Hammerhead a peg leg.
Decapitate you.
Oh, with
I
advantage.
would cheer for that.
Don't worry, he only
Ooh,
rolled a
Pamela.
15.
There you go, Joe.
He only rolled a 15, so he didn't hit you. Are you doing anything else, Rignar? Moving?
No, I'm going to stay put.
Panelor.
Right, I've just been reading one, and a snaring strike
Mhm.
can also work on bows by the looks of it.
Work on what?
Bows.
Oh, yeah.
So the one I'm targeting with Hunter's Mark, I'm also going to see if I hit, will also get a snaring strike on it.
Go for it. Oh, it definitely hits.
No.
Is there like a DC against it, or is it just an instant wrapped in vines thing, isn't it?
I think it's strength again. Hold on a sec, mate.
Fails anyway. You know, unless a 6 beats it.
Don't think so. Hold on a sec. Just trying to pull it.
Feel it's just like it gets ensnared and then it has to use its action to break free or something.
Yeah, must do a strength saving throw and must be restrained by the magical vines until the end spell ends.
Yep. It's failed. It's restrained. Doing anything else, Panelor? Are you staying up on your roof?
I'm going to stay up on my roof to provide some additional cover. Oh, that also takes an extra 2 damage as well.
That's enough for it to crumple into bones.
Nice.
You needed that 2 to just push it over the mark. Hammerhead.
I'm going to go for the Skelly Bob.
Skelly Bob. We have an ex-Skelly Bob.
Haha! And that's it.
I will cast Sleep on a second level here.
Yep.
Which will then hit him, and him.
Okay.
Uh,
Roll.
I
the
will
damage.
roll second level, submit.
Which one do you want to start
Wow.
with first? I'll let you choose. So that's like
It serves to go by lowest HP.
they were all the same.
uh,
That's what I'm asking. Because none of them
Probably
might
this guy, he's closest.
All right, he falls asleep, and none of us fall asleep.
That was super low.
Doing anything else?
Nope. That's it.
All right. The woman just runs, panicking, and she makes it to freedom. All right, now for the gnolls. The 2 engaging you, Hammerhead and Rignar, are both. One's going to try and stab Hammerhead with his spear for a 16.
Miss.
I think that's a miss. It is. And then one comes at Rignar for a 14.
Yes.
This
Aha.
one's going to rush up to the cart. Then it's going to spin around the cart, fire an arrow at Rignar again for an 18.
Yes.
Ugh. Not doing too well. Another arrow comes at you, Rignar, from this roof over here. For 7. They're having a bad round. And then this one at the top is just going to peer over the top and loose at Pindick. Ah, for a 21.
Yeah, just hits.
Nick really just doesn't agree with arrows.
That's 6 piercing damage to Pindic. Is sleep concentration?
Say concentration? No, not concentration.
Alright. Bone guys are all dead. Rignar.
Right, okay, so this guy here, battle axe.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Definitely hit.
That's more like it.
8 damage. Still standing. Hurt though.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's me done.
Panelor.
While it down. Right off the roof from there.
You can jump down. I would need an acrobatics check just to make sure you don't hurt yourself as you jump down. It's like jumping down 1 story, so.
Yeah, fine. So what I might do, I'll move my hunter's mark onto this one.
Yes.
I will fire a shot.
Mhm.
With ensnaring strike enabled as well.
That's a spell, isn't it?
Yeah,
So-
that's,
so
the last,
it's like-
that's the last one I can use.
Yeah, so it's like your last one, yeah. Alright, go for it. Definitely hits, and that's some serious damage. This guy's not looking too good. Strength saving throw from him. He fails, so he is ensnared.
And I'll just do that for the strike.
You do extra damage, don't you? There's an extra 6 damage on top of it, is it?
Yep.
God, this guy looks awful.
And I'm going to move down to here and do an acrobatics check.
Yes, please. Just make sure you don't face plant. No, you managed to land gracefully as you leap over the side of the building. You got, like, more movement? There you go.
I'm going to say that.
Hammerhead.
I'm gonna go for that one there. Same drill. Longsword.
Nice, yeah, you cut into him.
Round over.
Pindic.
I shall move up to here and then do another blast on my bagpipes, which will get all 5 of these at the bottom, but not the sleepy guy.
Fail. 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 Success! Success! So, the one that's battered and bruised is not frightened, this one's not frightened, but all 3 of these are frightened. As you blast on your haunting bagpipe. So you done?
Yep, that's me.
Alright. The one that's frightened is going to attempt to stab Hammerhead at disadvantage. Miserably. Rignar at disadvantage. Miserably. One's asleep. This one can't move any closer to Pindic, so it's going to loose an arrow at Rignar at disadvantage. Misses. Not making me. It's fun for me.
These
This one on the
debuffs are
roof
pretty good.
is going to aim at Pindic with a longbow for a 17.
Yep, hits. What's the damage?
5 piercing damage.
Oof.
The one that's ensnared is going to attempt to break free. What's
break free?
it? Rolls a 15. Is that enough to break free, Panel?
I'll just make it up for you, mate.
I think it's your DC's lower than that.
Strange. Target place one. She's going back on until strength check as against my spell save. DC.
Which is? It will say at the top of your sheet under spells.
Yeah, that breaks right.
So it's no longer restrained, but it was its entire action. It's going to stay there. Rignar, you're up. Oh, they get a wisdom saving throw against being frightened, don't they? Success. Fail. Alright, you're up, Rignar.
Right, same as usual.
Schmacky schmacky. Oh. Oh yeah. You brutalize it.
Just cut that beast up in pieces. I am going to do some movement. I should have checked this beforehand. Sorry about this.
Don't worry about it.
It was there. There we go. That's me.
Okay, Panel, you're up.
I'm gonna move and take aim and fire at my hunter's mark target.
Go for it. He's gone. You just hit him square between the eyes and you just see it fall back onto the roof and out of sight.
My bonus action, I'm gonna move up to this one.
How would one get up there?
This guy up here,
If I wanted to go after him.
you can climb up
Go
beside the
through
building.
the-
I would
Okay.
say there's probably a ladder off map that you could probably just get up
Okay,
if you want to move.
just curious. That's all.
And then that's me.
Hammerhead.
Same again. Let's longsword him.
This guy's not looking great, but he's still standing.
Damn. Not getting high damage rolls.
Pindick.
I'll move back down here and cast Vicious Mockery on this fellow.
What's the DC?
13.
He
Wisdom.
fails.
1d4. Boom.
Oh, being mean to my gnolls. Right, the gnoll's turn. This one next to Hammerhead is going to try and stab him.
No luck catching them knolls then.
Would have hit, but it's disadvantaged. One's asleep. One's frightened. It's going to fire an arrow at Rignar. Misses. This one. It's going to shoot
Joey's
at...
just getting frustrated now.
I thought I was winning. What happened? One's going to shoot up. This one on the roof's going to shoot at Panelor. Miss. The one's dead. Rignar, you're up.
I'm going to charge. That's 25 foot.
Alright.
Come on, that's got to put him down.
It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
God damn it.
Now the creature's still standing.
Yeah, that's me done.
Panelor, you're up. Well, they got wisdom same for instant next.
I'm just gonna keep my just keep blasting away.
Blast away.
Blast away, blast away, blast away.
Roll me 100 as you mess up your blasting.
Again. Maybe we should find you some gloves of being good.
69! Yeah!
That's everybody's favourite number.
Especially
You-
hammerheads.
You somehow let it slip to the enemy. Your battle technique and plans. You and your allies all suffer disadvantage on your next attack.
Oh shit!
Damn it, Panel.
Panelor! You suck!
You have a movement and bonus action.
Whoa! How can I make this even worse? I'll just stay where I am.
Hammerhead, what are you doing?
Well, apparently I now have to do a disadvantaged attack roll.
Yeah, the knoll knows you're going to try and hit it. It saw your plan.
Oh, who would have guessed? Longsword, go!
Oh, longsword miss.
Longsword, fuck you!
Is that you done, is it?
Yep.
Bindick.
I'll cast Vicious Mockery on this fellow that Rignar's fighting.
That fellow fails. What damage do you do to that fellow?
2.
That fellow dies, just screaming,
Yeah.
clutching his head.
Nice.
You damn dirty ape.
What do you got? 2 gnolls standing. Well, one's going to attempt to attack Hammerhead.
Well, what's asleep?
Yeah, one misses Hammerhead, and this one is going to run to the edge of the building and fire down on Rignar. Ooh, 19.
He trips on
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah, buddy. 8 points of piercing damage halved for you. You're raging.
4.
So done. Rignar, you're up.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a ladder somewhere over here, right?
Or I'll say you can go to the edge of the building and roll an athletics to try and climb it. If you want to go up by ladder, it'll probably take you another turn to get to it.
I'm
Right,
sorry,
you have to
Rignar.
run off the map.
I'm not there to toss you.
Nobody tosses that dwarf. I'm gonna roll athletics.
Yeah, it's not particularly difficult building to climb. Yeah, you climb up with it. It costs you half your movement, so you lose 10 foot, but you don't need it. If you hop over the side of the building and land right next to this creature.
Sweet, that was a full 25 anyway there.
There you go. Yeah, you slash straight into it. It's surprised that you're up here, but it's still standing.
That's me done.
Bannerlore. Battle's turning in your favour.
You might want to talk, Rignar. I'm about to take a shot, and I don't think I'm gonna hit.
At disadvantage.
I just
Oh, yours was a disadvantage as well. Yeah.
I should have done disadvantage, shouldn't
Roll again.
I?
See
Okay,
if you
right, okay. Alright,
get to add.
disadvantage. Battle axe.
Nah, still would have hit.
Well, he got a 20 and a
Would it hit more?
21. Wow.
Bannerlore, you're up. Come on, hit Rignar.
Don't hit Rignar.
What?
Oh, yep, you still connect as well. You just drop the creature. It's surprised Rignar's up here. He's not looking at you, Bannerlore, and it opens itself up to an easy shot.
That's another one. And then I'm gonna move to.
Hammerhead, it is your turn. One Knowles is left standing.
Am I still at disadvantage?
Now it's just your one attack.
Just one go. Okay, longsword. Yeah, that was a better roll.
Yeah, you cut into it. It is hurt, it is bleeding heavily, it is standing, and it is angry.
Son of a bitch, just go down! Yeah, that's me over. Anyway.
Pindick.
I'll vicious mockery him.
You mean to my poor wisdom, guys. Yep, he fails.
Now he's just gonna flop over.
Rolling the die.
He's not on a 1.
1.
Ooh.
Ah,
He goes.
so close.
"Mm."
Yeah, that's me.
He's got disadvantage on the attack. He's got disadvantage.
Pindick made a your mom insult, and it's just that it was just such a low blow.
The Knoll misses horribly with an attempt to stab. Rignar, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna roll on athletics to try and get down.
Yeah, you managed to climb down, no problem.
What about 15? I don't know.
Go and slit the sleeping one.
Sweet.
No
Well,
mercy.
not soon. It only lasts a minute.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bannerlore, you're up.
can I not double the movement?
As an action, yeah, you can have another 25.
Sweet, I'll have another 25.
Bannerlore.
Can I actually see that sleeping one?
No, it's like there's like a little lip. He'd be flopped up behind it. You know he's there. You wouldn't have like eyes on.
Sorry, Hammerhead, but I'm gonna Hunter's Mark yours and take it out, hopefully.
Kill Robin.
You're trying to shoot over this nice, lovely fountain. Avoid Hammerhead. It just goes a bit wide. As you're being overly cautious after your last mess up.
Sorry, mate.
That's all right. I'm gonna slice him. Hopefully.
Slice him. Slice him.
Slice him open with the longsword. Go.
Oh, you sliced him good. You got sliced.
I'll take out his eyes.
Now, if you plan on running and moving back to the boat, this combat is technically over. I don't think this Knoll will wake up by the time you clear out. It's your call.
Do we want to take him out?
think we do need to get back to the boat. It'll be leaving shortly, and if the city's under attack, it might be leaving sooner.
And
That's probably a good idea.
yeah, the battle lulls for a moment. You all hear the unmistakable like sound of heavy footfalls coming from the north, and the yelping like growls of these creatures.
Yeah, that
It's
guy's
more
coming
coming
for
your
us.
way.
Haul it! So, I'm gonna move, what, 30 feet? So, like, down here. And
You don't need to measure it because we're out of combat technically. As you all rush and run south towards the boat, and I think this is where we're going to leave it. As you all are running through Bardi under attack by gnolls.
just leave the poor village to suffer.
No, good session, guys. I enjoyed that.
That was good fun.
It flies by too quickly.
Yeah, it
it's
does.
like 5:15 already. I was
I
like,
know. It goes too
Shit.
quickly. And we had like two battles, and I went to the brothel, and that's taken what 4 hours.
Yeah.
It just flies by too quickly.
fighting always takes quite long. That was quite a quick fight, actually, only half an hour.
Ah, it was a good battle.
It
It
was
was. You're absolutely
Uh,
slaughtering things.
5
I think-
kills.
5 for me, I think.
Yeah, you killed
Oh.
3 of those bone guys.
Oh yeah, 5. 1, 2, 3.
I killed 2 hyenas, 2 bone guys, and a gnoll.
I think I got 5, 4. 4. I think I got 4.
Yeah, cleaning up.
I
shop
do
is
like
good
these
for-
debuffs. They're pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, you keep it now.
Helped us out quite a bit there, and I think it's annoyed
Yeah.
quite a bit. So
Yeah, having that shield is really great. I think I got hit twice. Love it. Is there any like closing remarks to the session?
From me,
Yeah.
not particularly. What, you're hoping for a level up?
Well, I mean, not necessarily a level up. Just if anything happens, like, do we like jump on the boat with the dude?
Well, you're going to find out next session what happens to the boat. Maybe it's
Ooh.
sunk. Maybe it's on fire. Who knows?
No.
We're leaving
We
it
have to
as you're all like charging, like rushing through the city under attack. Like you're passing like people fighting these gnolls, like killing, eating people, loading bodies onto carts. You know, you're passing awful sights as you're rushing towards this boat.
And we don't help any of them.
It
Well,
depends,
a
like,
lot
you
of
can't save the
people
whole city.
we might want to help. I'm just thinking.
I mean, I'm chaotic neutral, so I don't care. I'm indifferent.
Oh, That's not what that means.
Well, I don't want to save people necessarily.
Okay, neutrals are douchebags. Depends. It's up to you guys what you want to do. Obviously, next session. That's how the game works.
Yeah.
You threw me off by not going to the obelisk first. I was like, oh, well, what am I going to do with these gnolls now?
Aha,
You did feel like you were
Ah,
trying
well,
to get us in
so
there.
good.
it was fishing for us to go into the obelisk.
I wasn't fishing that much. Like, you can avoid it totally.
They hunted us down anyway.
Well, you more surprised them. Scouting party.
All right, happy days.
Quickly
Happy-
googled
happy
desert
days.
road map and found one. So. No, that was good. Didn't even kill anyone.
Well, I've been pretty close a
I
few
was
times.
going to say, I thought you were pretty close on that one.
Pinnick
Yep.
became a pincushion.
He's 12 AC. What are you expecting? Like, as soon as
It's like Boromir. He just got riddled with arrows. He pulls them out and it gets replaced with another one.
Love it.
I definitely think I should get some AC for being so short.
what are you wearing? Like, get better armor.
I got leather armor.
You haven't got the best dexterity, have you? What could you actually wear? Oh, you can only wear light armor.
We'll
Yeah.
have to get him a very small chain shirt.
You get the same offer as me.
Maybe I should just get a barrel and just like
You can get
use it as
studded
cover.
a little bit.
A barrel with wheels and push it around in front of me.
Right. What I'll do is I'll cut a sleeve off my chain shirt, and then you can stick you in there because you'd be about the appropriate size.
Might be a bit much.
Joe, got a question. dwarves. It doesn't matter who you are, really, is it? So if I wanted to use a longbow or something, if I wanted to buy one and use it.
No, as long as you got the proficiency to use it, there's no negatives. So yeah, you can use longbow.
Okay.
Because you're a barbarian, you can use any weapon. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could get you like a small crossbow or something.
Not having
Pretty-
5 of those.
Yeah, pretty much everyone can have a hand crossbow, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't want fireballs. That one's cursed.
Yeah. So like most range weapons use dex instead of strength, so you'd be slightly worse at it, but only a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the only disadvantage.
Okay.
No reason you can't use anything really. Like even if you're not proficient with it, you can still use it. It's just
Yeah.
you don't get the bonuses to attack, so you're less likely to hit and stuff.
Oh yeah. Happy days.
Sweet.
I think there's some weapons small creatures can't use as well.
Right. I'm guessing like great big massive long.
Yeah,
but
like
you're actually
sword.
mediums.
Pindit can't use a great sword.
Could barely use a short sword.
It's just too much.
Too massive.
Anyway, my dinner's on the table, so I'll have to disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love you. Love you guys.
Yep.
See you in a bit, mate.
Have fun
Bye.
until next week. Alright, guys. That was a really fun episode. Yet again, this is going really well. I'm really loving the D&D. So I think it's pretty much going to be a regular Saturday thing. So I might change my stream schedule so I miss Sundays and do D&D on a Saturday. I might add an extra day to my schedule like during the week because I know with being at work, like I don't kind of get the hours in like during the week because of the way things pan out, getting back sort of late afternoon, then eating stuff, and then I've got to go to work the next days and stuff. So I might try add an extra day. Maybe I'll do like something like Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, because I'll have more time on a Friday. So I'll make an announcement about that. But until for now, this is going to be me signing off. So have a great rest of the weekend, everyone. I will do a small stream tomorrow, but not for too long because I've got a few things to do. So I will see you tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow.